want to make sure everybody's. All right, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on June 28th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Our first item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us today?
I will.
Okay, Rob, you want to?
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, everyone. We have no local liquor control board business, so we'll get to the select board agenda. Our first item is presentation of the Special Olympics Proclamation. I have the proclamation here. I will read it into the record. Last Tuesday, a lot of the athletes came right out here and received some nice plaques from the Rotary Club, and a good number of people here just to recognize what they did. So I'm going to read our Special Olympics Proclamation. That'll go into our minutes, so it'll be there forever for everyone to see and recognize just the outstanding work from these local athletes. Whereas the Upper Valley Hawks Special Olympics team sent 6 athletes and 1 coach to the 2022 Special Olympics USA Games in Orlando, Florida from June 4th to June 11th. Whereas this is a remarkable achievement in that these athletes were chosen because of their high ability and dedication in their sport. Each of these athletes won gold medals with high scores to qualify. Whereas the athletes competed in both New Hampshire and Vermont state games to qualify, depending on their sport, they were chosen for both Vermont and New Hampshire delegations. Whereas the Upper Valley Hawks have never had so many athletes representing our team at a USA or World Games before. Whereas there were over 4,000 athletes competing in 17 sports from all 50 states and Caribbean nations at USA Special Olympics Games that these athletes competed against. Now, therefore, we, the Hartford Select Board, on behalf of the town of Hartford, do hereby proclaim our admiration and respect to the Upper Valley Hawks athletes and coach. Delegation members, Brett Clough, powerlifting, Derek Davis, basketball, Ellie Haverda, athletics, Lily Leonard Heath, swimming, Stephen Zhu, bowling, Jennifer Mayfield, golf, and Brett Mayfield, golf coach. So thank you, everyone, very much for your work. Say something?
We just, this is Jennifer Mayfield, who's representing all the athletes and all the parents and all the coaches who spend all year long working for these type of things. We'd like to thank the select board and appreciate what you do for the town. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Of course, and thank you. All right, wonderful. Okay, we're going to move to public comments, which of course is the big item on the agenda tonight. So I'm just going to talk about a little bit about the public comment. I don't know if people have commented publicly before, but we'll go over some of the ground rules for that. So I just want to welcome everyone here tonight. And I think that the majority of people here tonight probably come to share your thoughts on comments made at the last select board meeting regarding the display of the American flags in town. This is an issue that's generated a lot of passion in our community over the last 2 weeks, with citizens speaking out on social media and the Hartford listserv. Tonight's an opportunity for those of you who are interested to share your thoughts with the board. The flag represents a lot of things to a lot of people, and I'm sure we'll hear from people tonight explaining what it means to them. For me, one thing it is a symbol of is our country and its Constitution, which protects 2 activities that we will engage in tonight. The first is that it protects the rights of individuals to speak their minds and express their opinions, even if one disagrees with that opinion or finds it offensive. We're likely to hear a range of opinions tonight. Secondly, it protects the rights of people to assemble and come before their government to make their opinions known, which is what many of you are doing this evening. As we exercise these rights, I ask that we do it in a manner that is civil and respectful towards one another and respectful of our various opinions. We can engage in a robust and passionate exchange of ideas while keeping our discussion respectful. I fully expect that we'll show everyone how we handle difficult conversations in Hartford, and that's with passion, with civility, and with respect towards one another. So if you'd like to speak, please approach the microphone. We'll begin with the people in the room, and then we will go to those who are joining us by Zoom. When you're recognized, please state your name and town or village of residence. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and there's a timer here. When the timer is up, please finish your remarks so we can hear from the next person. I ask you to address the select board as a whole and that you refrain from any personal attacks on anyone. So thank you. We'll kick off public comment. Joe?
Thank you very much, Joe Major, White River Junction. I come here to support Kim Souza as well as the Holmes family. Now that may seem odd because it seemed that that was at odds. I must probably give you first a little bit of my background. I was an officer in the United States Army. As a matter of fact, the entire male portion of my family served in the military. Brother closest to me was in the Army. My oldest brother was in the Navy. He was a bit of a black sheep.
Hey.
And my father served in World War II in a segregated unit. I'll get back to that in a second. So on May 8th, 1987, my father told me that it was the proudest day of his life because he got the opportunity to pin my rank as an officer on my shoulders. He did not have that choice. He did not see anyone that looked like him as an officer in the United States Army. And that was under that flag. Today we come, and there was a lot of vitriol that I saw on social media, that I heard from people. And that's unfortunate because the two people and the two entities, that were at the center of this did what we want that flag to represent, is they came together and they talked it out. Now, a lot of that vitriol went towards my friend Kim Souza. And that's unfortunate. And it's unfortunate because she has been one of the most prepared, one of the most dedicated servants of this community. It didn't matter whether you were conservative or liberal, whether you voted for her or not. If you had an issue, she would fight for you because she served you as a citizen of this community. Now, I will tell you, do I agree with her stance? No, but that's okay because that's what that flag represents. That we can disagree, that we can come together. And here's the thing, we can listen to each other. We can listen to each other. A week ago, we had the Juneteenth celebration. The Juneteenth celebration was a military operation where the Union soldiers went to Galveston, Texas, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation under that flag with a few less stars, and freed the rest of the slaves that were under that flag. That flag means a lot of things to a lot of different people. And we have an opportunity tonight to be positive. Be positive. Because Kim Souza is a true patriot to this community, as well as Corporal Holmes is a hero to this community. So the one thing that I ask you tonight is, as you come up and express yourself, remember that. Remember that she was fighting for what she believed in. And that's what we're all doing. Because I don't know if you know it, that she's a white woman. And she was trying to protect someone that did not look like her. someone in actuality to look like me. Now, like I said before, I don't necessarily agree with her, and that's okay, because I believe that that flag lets us do that. So when you come up today and express your opinions, remember that. Because we're all trying to fight in what we believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else can approach the mic if they'd like to make a comment? Yes. And just please state your name and town of residence.
My name is Patti Holmes and I live here in White River Junction. And I am Lance Corporal Jeffrey Holmes's mom. And I personally want to thank, well, my husband and I want to thank Kim for meeting with us last week. We had, I believe, an intelligent conversation. And we also want to thank Rocket for his video on flags. And there's a lot of things I could say, but because I'm nervous, and I just want to say that the flags were put up to show our pride and unity and patriotism for this town and this country. And that was the sole purpose behind it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty. Sue Ellen? And then you.
Hello, Sue Ellen Parmenter, White River Junction, Vermont. A couple of things. I absolutely protect Kim's right to speak her mind, first of all, as the daughter of an Army sergeant. I was here before some of you got here. We were actually, as a cis white female, poly who identifies as queer, it was a big deal back in the Take Back Vermont era to have those ideas here in town. The American Legion provided us a vehicle. As we were having broken beer bottles thrown at us and attempts at our lives because my friends were not straight men, they were dressed as women, all that stuff, the American Legion post 26 gave us the space, they gave us protection, they gave us the means to celebrate everyone in this community, and they gave us they empowered us because they believed in everyone, which I think was my biggest defense to those statements, because the very vehicle that empowers Miss Souza to make those statements is right behind her. I also have made it very clear that I don't like some of the things that have been, the way that some of our veterans, both seated and now resigned, on the select board has been treated, and it's been kind of pushed to the side. But I will say this, Kim, you're the very person who demanded Mr. Morris's resignation when he, on social media, when he simply forwarded a cartoon he didn't even take the time to read. Mr. Morris then came ahead, and I'm so sorry to use you, Mike. He then came out after that horrible article and he apologized and corrected the behavior immediately. Your response was to call our patriotism and our love for our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents in what those flags represent to us, white supremacy culture. And that's horribly offensive. And I believe you should resign. Thank you.
Sue Ellen? So, yeah, you're good to go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dylan Price, I live in White River Junction. Let me get my spot, please. Here today to express my deep empathy for Selectwoman Kim Souza. Vitriol she received from our community and beyond for representing her constituency, which I am a part of, is discouraging. Not only does she have a right to express this view, it is warranted. Symbols are powerful and are utilized by empires, governments, organizations, and other entities to unite specific groups and to subjugate others. It holds both meanings. In the case of the American flag, it flew over Fort Sumter when the Confederacy determined that slavery was more important than democracy and began their invasion of these United States. It was lifted triumphantly on Mount Suribachi as Marines were fighting and dying to win a victory over the Japanese at Iwo Jima. It was there when Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Edmund Buzz Aldrin, as a team, planted the flag on the moon. It was there when emergency service professionals erected a flag on a makeshift flagpole in the aftermath of 9/11. These are all positive images that some of us share of this symbol. It was also there during the campaign known as the Trail of Tears, where over 60,000 Native Americans were displaced from their homeland and forced to trek hundreds of miles to desolate, unproductive lands where many still live today. You may know them as reservations. Thousands died during this relocation effort. This was one instance in a 20-year government campaign of genocide against that Native American people. It was also there in Selma as American police officers beat African Americans as they tried to realize their rights. It was also there during the My Lai massacre, where American soldiers murdered hundreds of unarmed Vietnamese. It is also there on the uniforms of many public officials. I only want to critique our tendency to rush the defense of symbol with such a history. America is a diversity of human experience. I believe the aim of America is to provide equality, equity, and fairness to all by providing a transparent, representative, and reactive government with a judicial system that respects these values. I do not want to take anything away from those who serve and have served honorably, nor am I trying to be hurtful to those families that have suffered the most by losing a loved one in the service of this country. But our flag has a complicated past. I believe not to acknowledge that is a disservice to those who have and do so.
Thank you, Dylan. Yes, please. Come on.
My name is Carol Lane. I'm from White River Junction, Vermont. I found it interesting when we were talking about different groups having prejudice against. My mother was a World War II Army nurse. And at that time, women did not travel with men. She went from California to Hawaii, where she was stationed in a pig boat, something that had been used to haul hogs before, because women weren't considered as important as men. Later, I married a Navy man who has since died. And my son became a Marine who died in active service to this country. I can't tell you how offended I was when I read that a member of our select board said about the flags that are in our town. But I've had a chance to think about it. And those three people who were so important in my life taught me to respect the flag for all its faults, because none of us are perfect. And that includes our country. So Kim, I applaud your right to say what you feel, even though I don't agree with you. And that's really all I have to say, is for me, that flag represents many people who have kept this country the way it was, and some who have died, including my son. for your right to have a different opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Mary Lou Sosa. As well, members. I was one of the first people that spoke out as I was offended by Kim. And I watched this clip. Since then, I've done a lot of thinking. I actually went to a diversity training. She has that right, as we all have our rights. And I agree with her speaking out. What I don't agree with is in her written thing on the Facebook page. You are a leader of the STEM. You could have chosen better words. Because I felt you were calling out people that respected that flag, white supremacists. And I have heard no comments since then to take back at least that statement. That flag has been used by a lot of hate groups in the last 10 years. And in my opinion, it's time for every American to take back that flag as their own and not let these hate groups have it represent what it's represented. And it's time for us to welcome others and try to get them to see that them being here, them being different, is because people fought. And that is what, to a lot of us, that flag means. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone hear me?
Yep.
Everybody, my name,
Please state your name and town. of
my name is
residence.
Ian. I live in Lebanon. I go to school at Dartmouth College and I work sometimes in White River Junction. I'd like to start off by thanking the Hartford Selectboard and the community for this opportunity to speak and share our opinions, come together in this way. Like so many other community members present, I'm here today to speak about the controversy surrounding the displaying of the American flags on Route 5 and 14. Starting off, I've heard a lot of people online and today speak about how the concerns raised by Elect Board Member Souza equates disrespecting veterans. As an Army veteran myself, this rhetoric really aggravates me. If you'd like the flags to remain up, then you need to articulate a better argument which doesn't employ veterans as a rhetorical tool to further your political agenda. Under the issues of the flags themselves, some of us may feel immense pride when viewing displays of the American flag, and that's great. However, the flag means a lot of different things to a lot of different people and communities. That is a fact. It's also a fact this flag is an ongoing symbol of white supremacy. That is a fact. This country was founded on slavery and genocide, which is still ongoing to this day. For some groups, the American flag evokes feelings of fear, of organized, targeted violence, both at the hands of the US government and by the individuals and groups who like to aggressively fly that flag. As a member of the queer community, which has been targeted by the US government and hate groups alike, seeing over-the-top displays of the American flag doesn't impart the same feelings of safety and pride, which many of you have expressed that you feel. Several people have argued that the display on routes 5 and 14 are done in the effort of promoting a welcoming environment in our community. This display will have the opposite effect for many young queer people and people of color, especially given that it's a semi-permanent display. If the goal is to promote unity and a sense of welcoming, then there are more effective ways to do it. Another issue at play here, which prompted me to speak today, is the shameful display of behavior around this issue from our community members. Elect Board Member Souza has not deserved the level of hate and vitriol she has received as a result of trying to speak up on behalf of our most vulnerable community members who often don't get their voices heard. Not only is that behavior disgusting, it paints the motivations of those who want to fly the flag as white nationalism. Moving forward, I implore our community to do better, and I believe that we can work with Post 84 and the Select Board to come up with a compromise that works for everybody and won't actively harm certain communities. I'd also like to thank Select Board Member Souza for standing up for me and the other people in our community who don't often get this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question. Is public comment for all citizens of anyone?
I don't believe it's restricted to just Hartford residents. If they show up, they can say what they want.
Okay, great.
Sir?
My name's Scott Holmes. I live in White River.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Jeff's father. And as long as we keep debating and keep criticizing each other, we'll never become united. People don't understand that the flag is supposed to unite us. Does a gay flag, does a Black Lives flag, does that unite us? The American flag, that's what we all fought for, the veterans. I can't stay here long, so I won't be able to hear everybody's comment because I gotta go down to Maxfield because Post 84 is hosting a baseball game down there for our kids. Post 84 is trying to help this community with all it does, and all I hear is people fighting. Now, the flags weren't put up to disrespect anybody. They were put up that we live in America. And if we don't become united, then we might as well tear every flag down. Gay pride, Black Lives Matter, any flag that you fly, put it in the garbage. I'm sorry, Rocket, you had a very good video. More people need to become united and stop this fighting. We keep fighting and we're not going to get ahead as long as we live in the past. That's all I got to say. And I have to go because I got to be there by 7.
Thank you, Scott. Patti?
Good evening, everyone. Heidi Duto, White River Junction, Vermont. I'm not going to really talk about Kim's statement. I'm going to talk about Sherry West's statement last week. Sherry West came to the board because of how the board is going after the board, how the board is treating the citizens, how the citizens have disrespected the board. I myself came to this board with public concerns of safety. No, I did not come to the board treating you with respect and dignity. I came to you because I was nervous, I was loud, I was actually rather rude. I did say I was sorry. I came to you and I said, I'm sorry, I was loud, I was out of line. I've never heard that back. I've never heard that back. But in public record request, I've heard a lot of chatter. I've heard a lot of disrespect from some of the people sitting on this board. And I can actually state names, but I won't because I don't go to that level. But the people sitting on that board still know who I'm talking about. I've gotten public record requests, a lot of emails about how people put other board members down. It's time to bring out the dirt, people. I'm done. As a resident tax-paying member of this town, disrespect needs to stop. We need to treat people with respect and dignity throughout this town. On May 17th, Lanny Collins may have been outspoken, trying to get Tracy to speak up. He used superior, that the board was Tracy's superior. I'm sorry, Tracy, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm sorry. A member of this board took it upon themselves. I'm not going to bring that person's name up, but I got it in public records. Brought it to their own personal agenda to call us executive session meeting to try to bring that person into harm's way. So I'm asking this board this right here now. I want this public agenda meeting to be aware. Why is one man, Mr. Collins, that served this country, using the word superior, that served this country, that was always had superior people asking his employee, asking the board as her superior to answer a question. Why is he wrong? But we're not going to hold Miss Kim Sousa at fault or even in respect of our American flag. She disrespected the American flag in my eyes, as did she a bunch of other people in this town. She has her own right to make a comment. She has her own right to have a view. But we're having a lot of disparity in this town. We need to bring ourselves together here, people. But we also need to respect one another. Public safety is a big thing, and respect is another. As Joe said, we need to come together. As a lot of other people have said, we need to come together. And until we do that, either people need to start giving their resignation or they need to change their ways. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Hattie.
I'm going to sound lighthearted after that, and I apologize for that. Joan Ecker, I'm a resident of Wilder, and I own a business in Queechee. I wanted to start out with a comment about the flag, but I'm going to go backwards on my little notes that I have. There's a saying that's been said by Viktor Frankl. It says, between stimulus and response, there's a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. I think we need to take a few minutes to think about our responses and take some space in order to make them wisely. We have an opportunity here to become a community that other diverse communities look to for guidance or we can use this opportunity to become more divided, more angry, and less of a functioning community. The direction we choose is completely up to us, but this seems like a really good time to approach some solutions. Listening to each other is the first step. Responding without anger is the second. This may seem to be about the American flag, and maybe to most of you it is. To me, this was an entirely different issue. It was about how to solve problems when dealing with opposing beliefs, long-held opinions, and new emotions, raw emotions, from what sadly is becoming a really divided country. I'd like to suggest that we simply help the select board come up with a town flag and banner policy that gets put in place with the understanding that it's been hammered out and agreed upon by a diverse community that's trying to unite. The policy might include, and I have a bunch of questions here, might include answers to questions like this. Does the flag that's flying change a visitor's impression of the town they're entering? If you went into a town that had all Black Lives Matter flags hanging, would that make you feel differently than if you went into a town with all American flags? It's worth thinking about. How many flags can be flown at one time? What about heart flags for Valentine's Day for a month? What about the Jewish star for the 7 days of Hanukkah? Or a flag of a cross or a picture of Jesus to fly from Christmas through Easter? Who reviews and who approves? What are the parameters? How long can a flag stay up? How do we set a reasonable time frame rather than let them languish? Is 5 months too long for a group of flags to stay up? Does the community know why the flags are up there? Should the community be told why the flags are there? Who is responsible for maintaining them so that they look beautiful and fresh? Who's responsible for the trash they create when they get tattered and torn? What happens if the person who puts them up and agreed to take them down doesn't actually take them down? Who's responsible to follow through? How long after the takedown date is too long? And who enforces that? Who covers costs for putting up and removing the flags in a timely manner? How can the community be informed the flags will be flying for whatever reason for however long so that no one is caught by surprise? And that's what happened to me driving out and seeing 18 flags. I wasn't adverse to them. I thought it was a holiday I had forgotten about. They are normally shown at holidays, which is wonderful. 4th of July, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, but to fly flags for, there are 18 of them. I almost killed myself counting them today. I personally love the American flag, and I love seeing it fly during the holidays when we expect them to fly. I would ask that somehow the community gets included and gets told when somebody's decided and how long someone's decided to hang flags and how long they will fly. I just wanted to say that if you need help hanging them because it's expensive, reach out to the community. That includes them in this process. Some of us will help getting them up and some of us will help getting them down. And for the record, if you bring a ladder and somebody holds it, I will be right there.
Thank you, Joan. More comments from the room?
Mike Morris, Hartford resident for many years, most of my life. I have really had some very emotional feelings about this first game when Kim spoke about the flag, how I felt about it as a veteran, serving over 5 years active duty, and started out during the Vietnam era with a lot of friends who were disrespected in the outs, and I've got a chance to think about this a lot. Sure, sorry. I am glad, I am pleased to see the civility that's going on here. That didn't happen when I made a mistake to me or to my family. I had a daughter that was dying of cancer. And the portion of the board was really pretty negative. One in particular asked me to resign. We got a lot of support out of the audience too. No matter how much I like or dislike somebody, I can't do that to someone. And I don't want to see that done to you. I want you to be treated fairly. I think you're a good person. We have different opinions. And I want this to continue to be a civil. You know, a lot of people don't know this. First time I said publicly. I grew up with a brother that was gay. He's no longer with us. I stayed with him for 8 days and nights straight to his last breath. He was 44 years old. You know, I was angry when I found out he was gay. I was young. You know, I was over in Germany alone. And I spent a month's pay behind him to watch for his birthday to apologize how I acted. But actually, truly, we all got to live together. I thank everybody for being civil. I mean, it's important. The only thing that came good out of my cartoon thing and all the incivility, I think, was the H-Corey committee. We still have it. I hope it continues to grow and things will. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else like to speak? Yeah.
Patti Holmes, White River Junction. So probably not everyone knows, but the American flags were purchased by the American Legion Post 84. And Mr. Holmes went to all the, I'm not sure entities is the right word I want, but went to all the different places that he had to go to get all the permits signed off on. And it was a long process. And then we had to get someone who could actually put the flags up on the bridge because it had to be a bucket truck. You had to have the cones and you had to follow OSHA regulations. So it was a long process. It wasn't something that, you know, we just said, hey, let's throw up some flags and we did it. So with the help of Post 84 members. So again, it's Ms. Ecker, I just wanted her to know that it was a process. So
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Any other comment?
Good evening. My name is Wayne Kendall. I reside in White River. Gentleman here spoke about the tier of trails. That's my ancestors. I am a Native American. My father and my grandfather, as long as myself, all served in the military. That flag behind you represents everything. Freedom, liberty, justice for everybody. Doesn't matter who you are, your skin color, your religion, your sexual orientation. I have a gay son that is married to a Mexican that is adopting a little boy from Mexico. He's in Mexico right now to bring that little boy back here because the flag stands for the freedom that that little boy will enjoy. So telling people and veterans that that flag stands for white supremacy, that hurts. That hurts a lot of people. It was wrong. I feel there was a better way to bring your opinion, your opinion across, but to compare it to white supremacy, That's wrong, Kim. I think you owe the town an apology. I was gonna ask for your resignation, but I'm not gonna do that. But I think the people, the veterans of this town deserve an apology from you in public. You are exactly entitled to your opinion. That's what that flag stands for. But as my grandfather once told me, opinions are like butts. Everybody has one. The next thing is, this is from the town manager. A while back, I was watching the news and I have a concern. We have yet to see anything for a police chief. You spoke with the news and stated that you are looking for an unconventional or non-conventional police chief compared to a conventional police chief. Could you explain that comment so that I can understand a little bit better what you meant by that?
I think that she does, the town manager will be giving her town report a little later on, and that's a question I think that we can ask then, because she regularly gives us updates on the state of the search. So I think that would be a good time.
I'm just trying to get a little clarification between conventional, non-conventional, what she meant, the definition by that comment.
I didn't see the comments, so I'm not, I don't
It was on the
know
news.
if I can, yeah, but I don't know if I can comment on it without having.
Wait, if it's helpful, I can ask that question. If you're not here, I'd be happy to bring that up during the town meeting.
I was just curious. I mean,
Sure, of course.
what it is, but thank you. And Kim, please, I know sometimes I get loud, I get mouthy. This is the United States. It's a country to be proud of. Doesn't matter who you are, where you came from. You come to this country because what that flag guarantees you. And that's something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Anyone else? Yep, come on.
Kelly Armbrust, West Hartford. A lot of my thoughts have already been expressed tonight and in the listserv, so I'm not going to go on and on. And one, I think Joe talked about this a little bit. I keep thinking like this. I'm kind of baffled about why this is a conflict. Like the flag flyers are flying their flag and have their voice at the table, and I feel like that's great. And I feel like Kim, as an elected public official, is representing the people of this community and the people who, and also you talked about the people who visit this community feeling welcome. And to me, it seemed like she was just bringing more voices to the table to be considered. So I just ask that we look at these issues not as conflicts, but as opportunities to just listen and broaden our understanding of this. The flag is complicated. It has a complicated history, as we've heard many people express eloquently tonight. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else in the room like to speak?
One more second.
Yeah, sure.
I'll only be a second. I just want to say that the commonality of the American flag to a lot of us is we all live here and we all have to exist here and represent that flag for the very best that we possibly can. It doesn't guarantee us freedom as we have seen. We all spent the last 10 years on this planet, and I refuse to say to you that we all have freedoms under the flag, because we don't. But we are all trying to fight for the greater good under that flag, and that's what that means. And I think the whole position here, and this is what I'm going to leave you with, is the name calling, the white supremacists. I have a 27-page stack of FOIAs where people in town were called names on the town servers by select board members, and it's got to stop. It just has to stop. You know, it's playground fodder, and we have a distinct opportunity at this point to all just come together and make it a place where we want to present that flag, where everybody does. But name calling and denying one's right or making fun of one's right to exercise their constitutional guarantees under that flag, the usual offenders with the FOIAs, all that stuff, we all see that. Those emails go around this community, and it's name calling, and it's quite honestly, it's really just not pleasant at all, because we do see it. So you can say that it's us being nosy, or you can say that it's us practicing our rights under the American flag, and I suggest the latter. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue Ellen. Anyone else in the room before we see if there's Zoom comments? Is there anyone on Zoom, Tracy? Okay.
Yeah, I have two hands.
Okay, let's start bringing them over. If anyone in the room does decide they want to talk, just stand up, and once the Zoom comments are over, we'll recognize you.
All right, Lori Dickerson, I'm gonna offer you the opportunity to talk. You have to unmute yourself and then go ahead.
Hello, I hope I have unmuted myself because I did hit the button.
Yes, we can hear you, Lori. Thanks.
Oh, good, good. I just want to say, Kim, you broke my heart. You absolutely broke my heart. And I hope you can understand that. My dad only served in the military for 4 years, but he was red, white, and blue. And he loved that American flag, and he made it his mission to place flags on the graves of all of the veterans in the town on Memorial Day and to take them down on Veterans Day. My son is a current member is a submariner. He's a Navy man himself. And he has spent 18 years honoring that flag and living under, no matter what president we have, he is following the Constitution and following the direction of whoever is the commander-in-chief and directs him to wherever he has to go and do what he has to do as he is directed by someone else. I also want to thank Rocket for your video, because I think I felt a little redemption there, that it wasn't so heartbreaking for me. Because this is real, Kim, this is so heartbreaking that you have called the people who have served this country as white supremacists. And you have called dishonor to this flag when I have spoken out on, and you can look back on this, when you have come, with the posse, as far as, to try to undo Mike and everything that he did as far as passing around an unintended political cartoon to get him off the off the select board, I'm sorry. And I said at that time, we need to focus on our unity. We need to focus on not what makes us different. We need to focus on what makes us the same. And what makes us the same? We need to say, we are all of the town of Hartford. We are all of the town of the state of Vermont. We are all of the United States. We are all people of the planet Earth. We are all human beings. And until you start looking at all of us as what we are alike, as opposed to how we are different, we are never going to come together. We are never going to come together. And how, when it happened before, and when I was on the school board and I was faced with an angry group of people who were voicing their opinions and were talking to me about implicit bias and shouting at me that I had implicit bias. Well, Kim, I'm sorry, you don't have implicit bias, you have explicit bias. You have explicit bias against veterans of this country and people who honor the United States. And I would have to say that as far as the flag goes, this is the uniting thing among all of us. This was what was uniting us in all of the wars, and it's what my son fights for. He has the flag behind him. He's not doing this for whatever. He's doing it for the flag behind him. And he's doing it at the request of the commander-in-chief, no matter who that commander-in-chief is. I just want to let you know that you have broken my heart. And I'm sure I'm not the only mother out there who says that. And if you want everybody to, I've heard a lot of words that say, yes, we have to change our ways and accept. Well, if you understand in your heart that that's not what you wanted before when another select board made an error. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. And we have another person on Zoom.
Yes, M. Mar Richardson, I'm going to bring you over to talk. And please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep, please state your name for the record.
I'm Margaret M.R. Richardson, and I live in White River Junction. I had no idea what I was going to say tonight, really. I guess I want to start with how I am very impressed with the support and yet the disagreement in the select board regarding what Kim has said, which I think both of those things are a reflection of a civil democracy, which is a very a nuanced and messy institution. I do not expect it to ever be united, that flag or no flag. I went downtown to look at the flags a couple of days ago, and I was surprised at how beautiful they looked and how they were, I believe, installed according to all the respectful regulations that flags should be in, US flags should be installed by. I just want to mention with the whole Veterans Card thing that my father was a World War II veteran, although he would never admit it because he didn't see action. He said, "Oh no, I don't count." My grandfather was a lieutenant in the First World War. He was severely wounded and lost many of his soldiers in his command in the waning days of the war, and he never forgot that. Anyway, I also realized as I saw those flags that I would feel if I saw a whole bunch of flags out in a town, and this is the case in Hartford, without any particular holiday going on, I would feel some fear. I would feel, what kind of community this is, because I believe, regardless of our the ideal of all feeling united about the flag, I believe it has stood for some very some philosophies which I find oppressive and frightening. I have been following the January 6th hearings very closely, and it's gut-wrenching to see those violent people waving those flags, regardless of whether the commander-in-chief sent them. So with uniting, I don't think it's possible to unite around such a powerful symbol completely, thanks to the various issues that various people have spoken about, such as the articulate gentleman, Ian, from Dartmouth. And I think in my world, ideal world, we would unite around the Black Lives Matter flag, which Black Lives Matter is a simple statement of fact. And so to have anybody quarrel with it, I do not understand. And we'd unite around the rainbow flag. I'm glad that we don't unite around the Confederate flag. And I guess that's all I have to say. I think this is absolutely terrific that there's discussion around this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just check, is there anyone else on Zoom before we come back to the room?
We have one more person on Zoom, Brittany Salamita. I'm going to allow you to talk. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi, Brittany.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I just want to speak my piece. I'm Brittany Salamita. I live in Wilder, Vermont, and I think that it's important that I recognize, or we all recognize, the video that Rocket posted. It was so great and showed such support for anybody in this position. And as a resident of Hartford, I grew up here. I think that we need to continue to support the beautifying of this town and the great things that this town does. And that does not stop at the flag. It could be people that are going to support or champion for any flags being in this town. And it's important to me that it be known I support and our family supports the flags that were flown downtown being up for as long as they can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany.
All right, that's it for Zoom.
That's it for Zoom.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Just one more comment. I'd like to speak at last.
Oh, really quickly. I guess I'm probably the most
I wanna
naive
speak at
person
last.
in this room. But when I sit and watch the January 6th hearings and I see spears on the end of American flags and I see them being jammed through windows and destroyed and ripped and torn, it does make me wonder how sacred the flag is. And all I think as a community we need to do is recognize that it is being abused and that some people under who Kim was trying to support, some people feel that that is what the flag feels like to them. And I don't think it would be wrong to have both opinions in your head, that there is abuse of the flag and that we have to figure out how not to fill our lives with anger and vitriol and how to accept the fact that the flag could be a good thing. But right now we're in a very tenuous situation where there is some sense that the flag doesn't stand for the land of the free and the home of the brave. And our goal should be to work together to make that be true again.
Thank you, John. Yes.
My name is Bridget Armbrust. I live in West Hartford, and I don't have a ton to say, but I just I'm overall very happy with the respect that's being shown here with people talking. But there was one thing that kept coming up where it seemed like a lot of people thought that Kim's comments had in some way insinuated that people who fly the flag or who support flying the flag are white supremacists. And I just wanted to share that that is not at all how I interpreted them. I think that Kim Souza was merely expressing that flag is a complicated symbol and that some people who she also represents do not see it as a welcoming united symbol, which is true. She's an elected representative in a democracy. Her job is literally to represent us, to represent all of us. And so I think it is her job to bring concerns to the table, to bring everyone's concerns to the table. And just to acknowledge things like this and to complicate conversations. And I think when we turn that and immediately make it like, oh, she's saying that, like she should bring all sorts of conversations to the table, like not even things that she doesn't even agree with. Like we have to let our representatives talk about complex issues without like attacking them for not leaving the conversation black and white. I just think it's really important for us to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bridget. There's no more comments. Is there any more comment in the room? Or on Zoom? Lanny?
Nothing on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as the lone veteran sitting on this board, I have done a lot of thought about this and excuse me, I had to MacGyver my glasses together. I broke them. So I looked it up today, freedom. And from the Oxford Dictionary, freedom is the power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. So, as Rocket so eloquently stated in his video, as soon as you're placed in a position you have to deny something, you look like the thing that you're trying to deny. And I couldn't agree more. So I have a very difficult time trying to defend myself against being a white supremacist, which I don't believe I am. But I served 20 years in the military. I got the red card to prove it. And every day I was in uniform. I proudly served under that flag and saluted that flag, and I'm glad to have that in my history. So Ms. Souza stated that the flag is not a good symbol to all. And that's maybe true to some people, but we have to look into our history. And There were thousands of Americans that came to the US at the site of Ellis Island in the US. The flag represented freedom. And many of them worked all their life to get to the United States for a better life and the ability to exercise the freedoms available here. You have people from Mexico and countries down below that are dying coming across the border, that are trying to come to America for all the values that America has to offer. And Miss Souza, unfortunately, in her statement, brought out all the hatred and negativity that is associated with the wrongdoings that have been conducted by those that call themselves patriots. And there's been a lot of that. People that have called themselves patriots while waving the flag have done some very atrocious things. While not forgetting and never to repeat all the evil and the wrongdoing that has been done in the past, what we as Americans need to focus on is all the good that's been conducted by those of us that have served under the flag. And the rights and the freedoms been afforded by the sacrifice and loss of life of those that have served to defend those rights. And those of us that still stand guard for our nation today to preserve those rights. One of those rights was Miss Souza's ability to say what she said. And I support her ability to say what she did, even though I strongly disagree with her. And we as Americans, and we as veterans especially, offered Miss Souza that ability. And I'm proud to be able to do so. And I'm proud to be able to defend her right to say what she did, although I strongly disagree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lenny. Any more comments? Do you want to go to select board comment or do you want to?
Well, I have one very brief response.
Sure, of course.
Okay. Which is primarily, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out to share their perspectives tonight here, as well as dozens of people who have reached out to me directly in the last couple of weeks. It's clear that people have very strong feelings around the American flag, and no one can insist that another person's feelings are wrong or demand a need to change anyone's feelings because they may be in conflict with someone else's. I'd like to reiterate that my original comment was simply to acknowledge that a large volume of American flags for an extended period of time is not a welcoming symbol to all members of the community, and that I did not request any action taken to remove them. I want to say that one more time. I asked to acknowledge that not everyone felt that the flag, the American flag, was a welcoming symbol, period. And then in an attempt to contextualize my comment, for which I received substantial criticism for, I did reference white supremacy culture. My reference was not directed toward any individuals, nor to the American flag itself. I did not make that reference. But my reference of white supremacy culture was to the imposition of the dominant culture on a community as a whole. And I stand by that. And I was not speaking for any specific marginalized group, but simply speaking up for a minority of a population who did not find the abundance of American flags to be a welcoming symbol. I express my apologies for any negative or harmful impacts that my comments may have caused, and I apologize again this evening for that, for any unintentional harm or negativity. I have had a number of really very respectful, powerful conversations with members of the community, and I'm really grateful for those exchanges, and I hope this kind of dialogue, which can be very uncomfortable at times, will continue. Thank you.
All right, I think I'm going to close the public comment unless anyone has something to say. I want to thank everyone very much, all of you, for coming out and sharing your opinion and telling us, you know, everything from what the flag means to you, to how the comments affected you, to defending the right of people to express themselves. And everyone did it in a very respectful, civil way. I think this is, you know, sort of a model of how we can do stuff in Hartford and come together and all be on the same page. So I really want to thank everybody for coming here and sharing your opinions. And I hope to see you all in future meetings as well on other issues. So thank you very much. Okay, that'll end the public comment. We'll go to select board comments and announcements. Laney, you want to start with you for the, are you okay? Do you have anything to share?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay, Rocket.
Yeah, I have quite a few statements. Buckle up. First is that I've really appreciated this dialogue. It's been very tough, very tense, but I feel like it's wonderful to hear from various perspectives in the community. I do want to say that Kim, I am a little bit still confused by what you just said about dominant culture, but that's something that maybe I have to dig into and learn more of. And the reason I want to express that is because I feel like I've read a lot and we've talked a lot. And so there may be people in the community that are still working through that, trying to understand that. I wanted to, switching gears now off of that, I wanted to acknowledge that we are obviously nationally, and I think this is percolating to the very individual level, going through a very difficult time with the trials and the review of the January 6th insurrection, as well as the overturn of Roe v. Wade. And without diving into the partisanship of that, I do want to acknowledge that there are a lot of people in this community, women particularly, but there are people in this community all over who are in a great deal of pain. And it's very, as a straight guy, it's very tough to experience. And I want to just offer my sympathy and my open ears to the community. And bridging from that, I guess the one thing that I personally try to take on, and one thing that I would encourage the community, is trying to find ways that we can immediately affect and positively affect our own community around us. And it is for that reason that I sit here every meeting and I say that it is an immense honor. I am so grateful to have this opportunity to sit here with all the board members here and to serve this town. And aspirationally looking forward toward what is it that we can do, what is immediately in front of us that we can, that can unite us and that can excite us as a community, and that can bring increased opportunity and benefit to all the citizens of our town. So with that, now moving to the next portion, I have one thing that I've been thinking. I know I think last meeting was I listed sort of a number of oddball ideas that I've been thinking about for our community, and there have been a lot of support for it, some critique of it, and doubt of it, and I thought it might be useful to sort of paint the overall philosophical perspective that I'm approaching this from, which is first off the aspirational aspect, which is what is immediately possible to us that we can tackle. The other thing is just sort of understanding a community as the fabric, the underlying structure of the community being based off of the strength of its local economy, and so with that perspective in mind, I've been thinking about what are ways that we can make this town a fun and beautiful town to live in and be a part of, but also for people to come visit. So I think that's sort of the underlying thread of when I say murals or cops on horses or open container. That for me is the general philosophy. So I kind of wanted to just elucidate that, because I know I've gotten a lot of questions privately from different citizens about what it is that's connecting all these dots. I do believe, of course, that how we allocate ARPA funds is crucial. How we manage or public works and the construction downtown, these are all very, very crucial things. I am not saying that we should replace one with the other, but more trying to be additive and aspirational. On the note of open container, that's the one that I am starting with. It's something that's of interest to me, particularly because it's warmer months. I guess I'm a little bit, well, I wanted to first announce that.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
This is a select board comment. I feel like this is more of an agenda item.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. I'm stating that I will be requesting it formally to be put on the agenda for next meeting. And so that I want to invite the public to come for discussion. There will be no vote, but it will be rather a conversation. And then also to ask the town manager, more formally, I know I reached out to each select board member and unanimously received your support to inquire with this. But there was some confusion about whether or not town staff could look into this or should look into this. And so just with everyone here and being publicly warned, my hope is to just sort of determine whether or not different department heads can respond in terms of just my curiosity is obviously next meeting, I think there will be a natural question that people say, how would a policy like this affect operations at police department, but also public works, maybe parks and rec, health and safety. So wanting to gather that information so that I can present that coherently to next meeting. We've all emailed individually, but I also want to sort of make a formal request to the town manager that we proceed with fact finding and getting that information together so that I can bring that to next meeting. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocket. Ally?
Yeah, just briefly wanted to also say thank you to folks who really showed up and turned out to share their perspectives and be honest about what the American flag means to them. And I know that a lot of comments have been shared, so I won't go into more, but just I'm hoping that folks continue to show up. Anytime folks are coming to select board meetings, which I know, not everybody can come to a select board meeting 6 p.m. on a Tuesday, but these are the kind of moments that to me represent truly the best of American value of diversity of opinion and diversity of thought. I think it was maybe Mike Morris who said we all have to live together. And what does that actually look like? And so I just hope that folks can continue to bring the energy that they had here tonight to select board meetings and to other causes, in town and nationally that you care about, the climate crisis, racial and economic justice, childcare and housing and access to mental health. And hope folks stick around to continue to talk about ARPA and how we should be using funds to best serve our town. So appreciate that energy and hope that momentum continues. And I also wanted to offer a specific shout out and thanks to all of the organizers of Juneteenth, the celebration we had just in Lyman Park. It was extraordinary and it made me incredibly proud to be in Hartford as I do tonight. So thank you.
Thanks, Ally.
I just like to reiterate what Ally said. I don't need to repeat anything. Just thank you all for coming. But I also wanted to thank everyone who showed up for the block party and for Juneteenth. I thought it was great. And I was there taking any suggestions for ARPA suggestions. And I learned that not all of us know what ARPA means. So it was a chance to expand a little or expound a little on that. So thank you all for your suggestions.
Yeah.
I think all the comments that have been said, I agree with, and I don't think there's anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, Kim?
Okay.
You good? Well, I just have a couple comments. Like Mary said, the block party and Juneteenth were both great fun. Good times for everybody. I've also heard that the pool opened to rave reviews so far. So I think that's something also we can be really proud of as a community is the pool. Again, just thanks everyone for coming out. This was a really good discussion and I appreciate everybody. So thank you. All right, so we've done select board comments and announcements. We'll get to the appointments. The first appointment is a reappointment of Kathryn Lamb to the tree board. My understanding is that Kathryn did not actually submit her reappointment materials. So we will not actually be considering her reappointment tonight, but I do want to thank Kathryn for the time that she did serve the tree board. So thank you, Kathryn. Finally, we got a few new appointments. One is the appointment of Patti Newton-Gray to the West Hartford Library Trustees, the appointment of Victoria Chase to Resilient Hartford, and the appointment of Shylo Green to the Hartford Energy Commission. So we can start if Patty's here. Oh, hey, Patti. If you want to come up and just, maybe tell us, where you're from and your interest in serving on the library trustees.
Sure. So I'm Patti Newton-Gray. I grew up in West Hartford and I've recently moved back to West Hartford. I've lived for the past 25 years in Heartland, so I'm really thrilled to be back in Hartford. And I have to say, I was very impressed with the discourse that was taking place tonight. It was really refreshing when there are very difficult topics on the table. Sometimes it's very uncomfortable and we have to just sit with that and work through it. So I appreciate having been here for that. I am interested in being on the board of trustees for the West Hartford Library.
I am a 25-year educator, a lifelong reader and love of libraries. If I couldn't spend all my time in them, but they keep kicking me out. And so, I am a firm believer in giving back to the community, and so that is why I put in my application.
Great, thank you. I was just at the West Hartford Library a few weeks ago, and it is a great place.
It really is.
It really, really is nice. Okay, so any questions for Patti or any discussion?
I just want to comment on how excited I was to read about your policy focus, and curious if you have experience in sort of developing policies in other contexts.
I have certainly been, I have witnessed that process through my many years of teaching. I've not been on the school board, so of course have not done it directly, but have sat in on many meetings when it has been discussed and reviewed again. And with the current climate, this is a really critical time to have policies in place that support our libraries and our communities. And so I do feel very strongly about that.
Great.
You're welcome.
Ellie?
Unless if there are no more questions, Mr. Chair, I'd love to move that we appoint Patti Newton-Gray to the West Hartford Library Trustees for a term beginning June 28th, 2022 and ending March 7th, 2023.
Second it.
Second from Lanny. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. All right. Congratulations,
Thank you very
Patti. Thank you. All right, so our next appointment is Victoria Chase. Is Victoria here? We're on Zoom.
She is not. I know we usually ask people to come. I don't know where she is.
Okay. Or people, we can certainly make a motion and appoint her based on the application that we received.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
It has always been our procedure in the past to have the applicant appear in person so we can ask questions of the applicant, and I prefer to do that in this instance as well, sir.
Okay, does anyone have an objection to us tabling this to the next meeting? Doesn't look like it, so if that's all right. So we will postpone considering the appointment of Victoria Chase and ask her to be here for next meeting so we can consider the appointment. Then is Shylo Green here? Shylo?
I think I made a typo in Shiloh's last name, so apologies,
Oh, what is it?
Shylo.
I could totally see if you were trying to read the signature. Part of my dyslexia.
Head on over to the mic, Shylo. We'll get it all figured out.
Oh, is it Grace?
Yes.
Chase. Grace.
Grace.
Okay, Grace. Sorry. All right, we're going to consider the appointment of Shylo Grace.
Chase.
No,
Chase,
it's Grace.
Chase, is it Grace?
Grace.
Is it Grace?
One before
Chase,
that.
Chase.
I have all first names that show Grace.
Wonderful. If you could just tell us, why you're interested in joining the Energy Commission, that would be great.
I just love helping people, and I've switched my studies over to architectural engineering. I was studying mechanical electrical engineering in the past, and I just really enjoy helping people and taking any training opportunity I can get. I was a Boy Scout for 4 years. I took that opportunity the second they would let girls be Boy Scouts. And I have served as a youth advocate for youth in the state of Vermont for 4 years now.
Great. Any questions for Shylo? Discussion?
Yeah, hi, Shylo. Thank you for your application. The question I had was just the perceived areas of need in which you could sort of help the municipality. And you wrote the fear of the inconveniences that electric vehicles may pose in such a rural area. I interpreted that as you're pro-electric vehicle and that you want to help educate people to understand that it won't be that inconvenient, or did I misread that?
Oh, no, I'm pro both vehicles. I feel that they are necessary for transition. I do feel that there will be another form of energy other than gasoline eventually. I don't know if that's electric. We may not know. However, I know the last training conference I went to for not hireability, But the last training conference I went to, one of the #1 complaints for why nobody would switch over to an electric vehicle was the inconvenience in the state of Vermont, because we do not have enough charging stations within our towns.
I see. So you would hope to help educate people and then also possibly to find solutions to that? Is that?
Yeah, educating to get rid of some of the fear of that electric vehicles are going to cause more pollution. And then, which in a possibility, it is a possibility, yes, but it is not the like end all meet all.
That's great. I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting that correctly.
Yes.
Cool. Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
If you'll entertain one. Mr. Chair, I'd like to consider the appointment of Shylo Grace to the Hartford Energy Commission for a 3-year term beginning June 28th, 2022 and ending June 27th, 2025.
So I think you would just appoint.
Yeah.
Instead of consider.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
We've
Everyone
considered.
good? We have a motion we're all good with?
I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Mariel second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nope. All right. Thanks, Shylo. Thanks for your interest in serving. All right, that brings us to the end of the appointments, and our next item is the town manager's report. So I'll turn it over to the town manager.
Hi, everybody. So first off, hartford-vt.org has a whole new look. Many thanks to the staff. Dylan Walsh led the transfer and all those techie things that were deeply embedded that I was not so sure how to do. And the departmental administrative staff for learning the ropes. Like I say in my report, please excuse the wet paint as we make it our new home. Transferring websites is an art and a science, and things go wrong. So we're finding them every day and we're trying to fix them as fast as we can. Right now they're stock photos. So if you're thinking, I don't understand, is that really Hartford, Vermont? It may or it may not be. It may be generic New England. We'll be doing that in about a month. We'll start asking for community input on those photos. So that way we can get some real live Hartford photos up there. One of the departments that is most affected, the transfer on them did not go as well as Parks and Rec. So please bear with Parks and Rec as they try to fix up their part of the website. We are meeting on Thursday to figure out what exactly went wrong with our vendor and why the migration did not go as well. One of the other things we'll be looking for is where we can provide easy access to important town documents. So that is the next step on that. We're really excited. This week, IACP will be providing profiles of the 10 people who met minimum qualifications for the police chief search and were called for an initial screening interview. That did not happen so far this week. They're going to get an email from me tomorrow, reminding them that the week is nearly halfway over. We will be scheduling semifinalist interviews for the week of July 11th and 18th. So we are still on track for that summer. I know that there was a question earlier about unconventional hiring. That's referring to police officers because, and I know we've talked about this, we had that bigger item about recruitment and retention. 15, 20 years ago, people either came out of high school with a desire to enter law enforcement, or they were retired military members who were coming into law enforcement. That pipeline, so to speak, of entry-level police officer hiring has dried up and no longer really exists as deeply as it did 10 years ago. So we're finding that we are looking for other people who are good at multitasking, diffusing situations, dealing with regulations. And that could be like one of our recruits, someone who worked for the United States Postal Service, or it could be someone who worked in a different industry that required them to live in a fast-paced, multitasking career. I may have shared this before, but one of the best dispatchers in the city of Berkeley came from a very high energy, high volume Starbucks situation. She could talk people down, she could manage multiple things at once, and she was an amazing dispatcher. So we continue to make those inroads into places where they may not have thought about joining the police department. Maybe they aren't a traditional candidate and that they are from a pre-law enforcement higher education thing, or they were in ROTC, or they're from the military, but broadening our search, which also allows us to broaden our diversity. And that's a good thing. There's a little bit of housekeeping in here. Please update your records and please select board, send this out to your networks. We're seeing a record number of returned mailings recently. So that's from water, sewer bills, items related to tax assessment. And it makes us nervous because we do want people to get their official documents. So if you want to update your address, my town manager's report has assessors at Hartford-VT and our amazing finance staff, Donna Nato, who will take your change of address for your water and sewer bills. We missed a lot of SIGACs this week. We had folks on vacation. We were busy opening the pool. We had some other things going on. So you'll see some blanks there, but I can assure you things are moving along rapidly in the town. Many thanks to Scott Hausler and his team. They had 3 events last week. They opened a pool. They're turning around and doing 4th of July for us next week, and then formally opening the pool on July 7th. So that'll be the big party. So if you see Parks and Rec, give them a wave. They are running in multiple directions every single day. And Lisa in the clerk's office wants me to remind you to go ahead and sign up or give her a ring if you want an absentee ballot. That's it from my corner of the world. Happy to take questions or turn it back over to the main attractions.
Any questions for the board? Yes, Rocket.
Yeah, Tracy, I just wanted to go back to the comment about police chief and the search. It's great to see that it's moving right along. And I heard you address that question about unconventional versus conventional. It was quite interesting to hear about that dispatcher. I was wondering, with respect to the police chief itself, if you have developed any criteria based off of the survey that was distributed around the community in terms of community feedback, in terms of what people are prioritizing looking for chief and what you're looking for.
Yeah, so all of that great information that we got from IACP was used by them to create the candidate profile. And they also used it to what we would call min quals or minimum qualifications in terms of both character traits and experience. So if someone doesn't have let's say that the community said that they wanted somebody who was very strong in de-escalation techniques or was an industry leader in de-escalation. If that person didn't have that experience on their resume or it wasn't clear that that's what they had experience, IACP would be using that information from the community to gauge whether or not that was somebody that we wanted to bring forth in the next round. They're also using that information to help craft questions that will allow us to dig down into that. Just so everybody knows, when you do these sorts of hirings, you have to ask the same questions to every candidate. So that will be the process that will be going on in the next week, as well as solidifying those questions that have to be set up and spoken in the same manner to every candidate, because that allows us to have a criteria to really build off of people. So all of that information is being used mostly in those 2 areas.
Great. And then my understanding is that you have a search committee. I guess it was formed before my time on the select board. Is that what role are they playing in that process? Is it possible for us as select board members or the public to also see what the main quals and the criteria are for, obviously not the candidates themselves, but what they're looking for? I get a lot of inquiries about police chief.
Yeah, so the job description and the job announcement, which I think is in a previous town manager's report, but I can get those to you, would answer some of those questions about what we were looking for, right? Because that'll have your minimum qualifications.
That'd be great.
The interesting thing here is that all department head hiring, all hiring lies with me solely, but I don't think that that's really necessarily a great methodology for a department head that's so visible in the public eye. Not to knock some of our other department heads, but the assessor is not out there in the community as much as some of our department heads. So I asked, people to help share the burden of the conversation with me. And ultimately they'll help me by asking questions. I can listen more intently. I can see how they interact with the people, how the people interact with them, and then bring that pool to me for a final decision. It's probably I think it's a great methodology, not only for police, but for fire, because those are our front facing departments.
So will they be reviewing the candidates with you, or they're sort of just giving you feedback as they hear it from the community?
They'll be reviewing the candidates with me.
I see. Okay. And then for a member of the public community, the community who is pretty interested, there are a number of that. What would be the best way for them to give their input? Is it through us and then directly to you here in this format? Should they email you directly? Can they come to the meetings?
We had a community engagement process at the beginning, which was the surveys. And then we asked for volunteers to come in and help serve in the advisory group. So I hope that they participated in that portion of the hiring process.
So that members of the public can join the advisory group, or?
No, at this point, we're doing interviews and they're confidential interviews.
So I'm sorry, maybe I missed what you said. If there's a member of a citizen, let's say from Wilder, Queechee, whatever, and they have input that they would like to have heard, have they missed their opportunity then to be heard?
They can always email me. But we had a formal and community engagement process early on to develop the job description and the job announcement, but people can email me all the time.
Just to add, excuse me, there were some questions that I wanted to have included in the interview questions, particularly some that were derived through HCORE members discussing what would be good questions for a police chief candidate. And basically I told Tracy that I had those questions and would like to send them to her. She said to wait until you get the questions from IACP.
We're gonna wait until we get the packets, and it's been a busy couple of days for all of us.
Right. So, I mean, I guess this is my way of saying, if you or anyone you know has input that they want to share, I think it doesn't hurt to share it, whether or not it gets utilized. We don't have to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't mean to, I want to be really judicious to respect your position and your process. I had heard hearsay that there were certain members of the community that had applied to be on this advisory committee, a state's attorney specifically, that wasn't allowed to be on it. And again, I don't know if this is true or not, and I don't want to impede on the process, but it did sort of leave this question. The citizens I heard this from were particularly concerned about how their voices might be heard on the advisory committee and the hiring committee if there was public input, and how we might do that. So I think that's the line of inquiry. So I guess maybe what I'll do is I will encourage them to email you and or to email any select board members that will forward on. Is that the right?
Yeah, and Ward came forward after we had already brought 10 members on. And as we all know, the bigger your committee gets, the harder it is to actually bring everybody to the table. And so I've met with Ward frequently, and I believe that was no longer an issue. If that's someone else that's kind of playing the rumor mill game, I
can't speak to that. I don't know. So thank you.
Anyone else? Questions for the town manager?
Oh, I have a comment on the significant activity report, Tracy. I wanted to applaud you and the police department and just thank you for this breakdown. Super informative and really, really interesting. So I recognize looking at this, that this is probably increased work for the police department, but from our position on the select board, I think it does really help, at least speaking for myself, me to understand a better idea of what's happening. So just want to thank you and Chief Kelly and whoever else is preparing this at the police department.
Thank you.
That's what I was going to say. So I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Tracy. We'll move on to board reports, motions, and ordinances. What is it?
Remember the public.
Oh, I didn't see your hand.
Heidi due to White River. Tracy, is there a place on the new website where we can actually find the committee for the chief of police search?
I haven't published it because it's just an advisory committee for me. It's not a public committee.
How can the citizens find out who is on this committee?
I believe, I'm happy to post it somewhere. Let me figure out where to go. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that yet.
Email her. I know she's.
Would you be willing to email me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think if we just posted it public somewhere, that would be great. Just in the interest of citizens who might have a closer relationship with someone who's on the committee and find that a useful way to advocate their position.
So now we're going to move to the reports, motions, and ordinances. The first one is the solid waste transfer facility update.
All right, I am honored to sit next to Chris Halsworth tonight. Chris has been reimagining solid waste, which I think when he was a kid, he probably never realized he'd be reimagining solid waste for the last little bit. So Chris is gonna go up, and as soon as my PowerPoint opens, I'll go ahead and share the screen. But thank you to Chris for taking the lead on all of this. And we'll get this party started as soon as his PowerPoint opens. I have a blue spinning wheel of thinking. So there you go.
All right. Well, thank you for having me here. So as you know, Hannah's parted ways with us. So in a way, we're kind of starting at ground zero here again. It's obviously solid waste and the facility is a complicated subject, and it's really important that we understand a lot of different issues in order to move forward and make different decisions on the facility and our programs. And if we can get the first document up.
It's just spinning here. I'm gonna actually close my reader and see if I can open it back up.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to stick to my notes. Otherwise, I'll be very long-winded, and we don't want that. So again, to fully understand how our facility works with the marketplace in general, believe it or not, we didn't have an accurate listing of the private and other municipal entities out there that provided services that either we miss or that we duplicate. We didn't have an accurate list because the marketplace of solid waste is evolving and changing. So we don't have a list that is accurate as to what other people either haul or what they'll pick up or what you can drop off at their facilities. It's an evolving market due to the marketplace of recycling, Act 145 regulations, and believe it or not, even some of their websites, the ones we've been locating, their websites aren't even up to date and kept accurate. So we are.
I have a quick question. Would that be the result, not the result, but would that be the reason? My daughter was working with someone whose husband worked for Casella, and she found out that some of the recycling goes into the dump. And she said, hey, isn't it supposed to go into recycling? But is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's a different issue. And I can't speak for Casella on that one. Shouldn't be going to a dump, but there's no marketplace for certain products right now. All right, so the first thing, it's up on the board just so that we can understand where we fit into the marketplace, just to make sure we all have an understanding of the first list is the haulers. So on page one, we all know Casella. There's almost nothing they don't take from us, right? Including food scraps. You can pay them to pick up food scraps, your recyclables. The next one down is one of the larger local ones. That's Nordic Waste in Lebanon. They do much the same as Casella, and they also have a subsidiary called WeRecycleFood.com. They compost locally. I'm not going to get into who trucks their trash the furthest or who recycles it the closest or any of that. I'm just going to simply say who they are. We have two local ones below there that do the trash and recycling pickup. We have two more local or semi-local. Able sold part of their business, as I understand, to Casella, so they're only in the dumpster program. Below there, many of you might know of Willow Community Compost. That is a new upstart for composting locally. They do pick up compost. They also pick up styrofoam, leaves, and textiles. So there's options there to get rid of your textiles, styrofoam, and your yard waste. Evergreen, which is down on A Street, they will deliver dumpsters for you, mostly for metals and tires. They do list other things. So that's really our options for pickup. Now, for competing with us as a drop-off facility, the big game in town we have to look at is Lebanon. They take everything we do and a whole lot more at a very competitive price. So the Heartland Fast Trash, which is Down in Heartland is open to non-residents of Heartland, and that is your food scraps recycling and your household trash. Again, Evergreen Recycling, you can take many items down there, including electronics, appliances, metals. So those options exist in Wilder. Willow Tree, the community compost, does have a pickup or a drop off rather on Chandler Road. So if you're driving through there, you have that. Now, it's important to know when we go down through, we'll talk about these a little later, there's stewardship programs. So your paint, Town of Hartford Transfer Center is not the only place you can take your paint to. You can go to Fogg's Lumber and Hardware. They have a little bit more restrictions on the amounts. Aubuchon Hardware, if you go to Windsor, also is part of the paint care program. So again, we're not the only ones to do that. Call to Recycle. That is a lot of your batteries and some electronics. Staples takes some, Home Depot takes some. You move on. Batteries Plus in West Lebanon. There's an amazing place that you can pay to get rid of almost any battery, light, or electronic device. So if nobody will take it, they almost say they'll take anything for a price. And then on the Call to Recycle, it's expensive to get the infrastructure to do it, but e-bike batteries are becoming the next big problem for us. But those are, you can go to Omer and Bob's. We don't have that capability yet. All right, so we'll just stop there. So those are primarily marketplace vendors who are capitalizing on the opportunities that the regulations provide them. The city of Lebanon is the only one that is not a private marketplace entity. However, the Lebanon transfer facility is really a one-stop. It is also the end facility. It has the landfill. So it's run in a truly business-like manner, takes advantage of marketplace conditions that strengthen their position with the landfill. And it appears to be, common sense tells you, it's enhanced by their geographic location in the state which they operate, and the elimination of landfill competition, which is primarily caused by environmental rules, the cost of permitting, and the cost of developing either a landfill or an incinerator. Most of the landfills nearby and the incinerator are gone. So really that leaves us with access to two landfills primarily, that being Casella and Lebanon, and kind of bit of monopolies. So
Can I interrupt you a second?
Yeah.
What, do you currently know the status of Heartland, the landfill that they had intended to put in down there?
Yeah, we'll talk about that. There's no plans to, it's expensive. There's no current plans to develop it. And Lebanon has expanded their landfill, and they are just in, you can call it monopoly, what you want. They're just in a position that we can't, nobody can compete.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, so that's the alternatives. The next topic, as we build an understanding, would be Act 145 and other regulations that have been enacted, how they impact us. So Act 145, of course, is the universal recycling of blue bin recyclables and food scraps. And that basically just says that every hauler or fast trash location must accept the blue bin recyclables at a bundled price with the trash. We can charge, which we're not doing until now. If someone comes in for just recyclables, we're the only ones who can charge a fee for just recyclables. That's one avenue of strength. A lot of people have taken advantage of that in the past, whereas they don't bring their trash, they just bring their recyclables. And the recyclables do cost us money to take care of. So other laws that are out there affecting us, somewhat through choice, are the ban of electronics and paint, mercury light bulbs and thermostats, and other hazardous waste through from going into the landfill. So the paint, the mercury products, and the light bulbs, there are stewardship programs, the call to recycle, the paint care. We partake in those. We're a large partaker in those. Then there is the household hazardous waste collection events that we partner with Greater Upper Valley on. Okay, those are great. So the stewardship programs are reimbursed. So the disposal fee, the picking up it are reimbursed. However, because we're a central location and it's free to all Vermonters, so you don't have to have a permit to our facility to get in the door and drop off there. We're convenient. We have antidotes. So people are going on vacation and they live on the other side of Vermont, but they know they're driving through White River. They bring their electronics or their paint or their light bulbs to us. So all of that said, as you know, we don't have an administrative staff there anymore. We're doing it through DPW. We have a limited staff on site that we have to augment through the highway department primarily to cover vacations or sicknesses. It's a lot of strain on the facility, and it's a cost. And whether or not we're actually administering and restricting what comes in as well as we should, because when you only have 2 people on a large facility like that, they can't be everywhere at all times. It also opens us up to liability as far as breakage of light bulbs, spillage of paint. There's the environmental concerns. There's also the concerns about personal injury to the handlers, our employees down there. So they're great programs, but how we go with those programs in the future needs to be a discussion, not probably tonight, but in the future. Because that's a growing part of our business is free services, not the paying services. And it's also important to note that hazardous household waste collection events are ever increasing in cost for us, and they're only subsidized to a limited amount by the state. And this year is going to be a shock to us all when it comes in. And I literally have a phone call I'm trying to get to the answer of today where someone's got a 55-gallon drum of something in their barn today. And we're trying to figure out if we can take it, if we have to take it, and what the cost of that is. We know it's not cheap. So.
Do you know what is in the drum?
No, we do not.
None of us want to be the one to open it.
And if it's not in good enough condition, it has to be repacked into another container to make it worse.
Can I interrupt you again, Chris? So on the household hazardous waste pickup,
yeah,
are we required by law to accept household hazardous waste from other communities?
No, so that is a member of our community, but what we do is we partner with Greater Upper Valley. This is one of the few things we partner with them on, their solid waste district. And they actually run the show using our facility. So they divide up, you figure out through the ID or their sticker where they're from, and Hartford gets billed for our share. And then the Greater Upper Valley towns get billed for their share.
I've never had to prove where I was from when I went down there, though. That's my concern, is that there's not any.
Because they know you.
No, it's not any required proof of citizenship in one of the towns.
I haven't been at the events for our town, but I will check because there's.
I'm just concerned that we're collecting a lot of household hazardous waste for communities that we should not be supporting, that's costing us an extremely large amount of money.
There is a process for it. There's supposed to be a
I
process.
would
for it.
definitely like to see identification of the town in some manner, whether a billing, like a bill or something to know that people are in the towns are supposed to be in. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna have you move to the next slide.
I think where Chris has laid this out for me well is there are other people doing this. We're kind of taking a loss on a lot of the things that we do. And we have a competitor right across the river that is doing it bigger and better than we are. Because we end up shipping we just move if you drop off trash, we just move it to Leb.
But my concern though is that maybe some of our failure in losing so much money is the lack of accountability that's taking place or not taking place, I should say, at the landfill facility. And if we did better accountability of where this trash is coming from, so we might be able to cut our costs.
So planning, I share with some of your concerns, well, probably a lot of your concerns about the accountability. We have antiquated software there. We have an old fashioned register that you can only punch in so much. We don't have a point of sales system. We don't have a fancy app where we know exactly where they're from and we know they can use our facility. Could be anyone using someone's car that has a sticker on it. And there's a lot of things. We're not in the evaluation point to that point yet. We have two guys down there for the most part who are stressed out and running around with their heads cut off. So, and we don't have funding for everything in the world we need. At this point, what I'm trying.
Could I just say, go to the man.
Hold up, ma'am, you got to go to the mic and say your name.
Okay. Carol Lane, White River Junction, Vermont. Just in answer to your question, I take my compost there every week, and they put a sticker on the front window of my car.
I understand, but what I'm referring to is the household hazardous waste pickup days is what I'm referring to.
I would assume, they could put a sticker on.
Well, that's for them to work that down in the transfer station, but I definitely see there's areas for improvement that could be advantageous to the town. And
I just wanted to say that they come out and they look at my sticker and they know that.
I understand. Thank you, ma'am.
So we could talk about food composting too. We haven't been charging for that in the past, and that's pricey. We have to manage that. Just for instance, we pay Casella to take the food scraps away. Our guys literally have to go down there. We buy wood shavings that the state mandates that after someone puts their food scraps in, we're supposed to be there immediately adding wood shavings and all. And anyway, so
I remember 5 years ago that we were not making money, but we were barely breaking even. And now it seems like we considerably spend a tremendous amount of money on a landfill. And like I say, 5 years ago, we did barely break even on the land. It's not supposed to be a money-making operation. I understand that. It's an enterprise fund, but we shouldn't be losing the kind of money we are. And I definitely wonder if some of the ways that we're losing money is the lack of accountability.
So can we I would like to stay on
Go ahead.
topic because it all builds up to it. Okay. we all want the same thing, but this is to get us all educated on the same page and then find the solutions afterwards. We do envision this being like the first of many meetings as we go down the avenues of detailing. This is kind of a general conversation to get it going with me instead of Hannah. So if we can work towards those answers, but let's.
Absolutely.
All right. So the first thing I'd like to point out is that when we look at this facility moving forward, we need to understand what this facility really is. So up on the board is the EPA's definition of, is part of their chart for a transfer station. And what that shows you is that dashed line going across at $10 a ton. That's the fixed cost of a transfer station. Those other lines are basically hauling of trash to get to the end destination. And recognizing you need a volume of material and a distance in order for not only the economic benefit to occur, but the environmental benefit to occur, to have less impact on Holland, which has both the economics and the environmental effect of less carbon impact. So this facility doesn't meet the definition of a transfer station by the EPA rules. This facility and what it's used for is defined as a community convenience center by the EPA. Okay. Keyword convenience, because we haul to West Lebanon. I did the Google Maps from West Hartford, from Quechee, from about the only place that would be more convenient from technically by Google Maps and drive time. It's less miles actually from a lot of locations, times equal depending on time of day. If it's, you know, people going to work, then maybe a little bit, a minute or two worse. The only place that's more convenient is probably for the people in North Heartland, as far as the distance and getting to that landfill. So that right there tells you what we're doing is we're the third source or the third party. We're taking a product that someone drove. If they drove from Quechee, they drove down Route 5 out of the way to this facility. They dropped off the trash. We handled it. We compacted it with all that, you know, electricity and so forth. The Casella truck, once that was full, came down Route 5 all the way down to this facility, picked it up that we have to pay for. Then we got to truck it over to West Lebanon. So it's getting transported several times. So it has an environmental impact. It has an economic impact. So this is a convenience facility. So we need to understand that as we move forward, and conveniences have cost. So, and it's how much do people want that convenience? So as a result of the marketplace, and us trying to stay competitively priced, I would say, in the marketplace. And the marketplace changes have accelerated in the last few years. Is we've lost services down there for many reasons. The HHW building that was a collection building needs a lot of work in order to be kept as an we haven't used it as an HHW building. So that was one of the first things to go. Next was the indoor recycling area. It was we'll call it the Taj Mahal of recycling. It was state of the art in its day. It was a great thing. It was an educational center. Well, now with social media, websites, we all get educated elsewhere. And it doesn't meet today's standards for a recycling center. So it's all outside. Outside still isn't up to modern standards, the layout of it. It's not efficient. It takes up a lot of space. Compactors are not covered, causes them to rust. You know, we go through equipment. So that's not efficient. The last one to close service we closed was C&D. That's going to be a topic of a bigger discussion we're going to have, and where funds are going to come for this in the future. You might as well flip to the slide now.
So hold on, let's provide a little context. Chris, can we talk about the difference between the pile that we took and the test pits?
No, I'm going to get to all of that. All right, so we had permitted a C&D operating area. So a C&D operating area is an area on the ground which the state allows you to collect and process. And again, not up to today's standards. It's out in the weather. The C&D leaches into the ground. The C&D gets wet. You process it. It's heavier. And then it goes away from the site. So not an efficient way of doing it. However, for the last 40 years, we discovered something. We removed the piles that we requested to remove, the piles of C&D that were on the surface, okay? However, the ground below the C&D piles that we processed and took away are not natural. So you can drive on it. It's compact enough to drive on. We have engineers that have recently tested it for us. Some of these holes are 15 feet deep. It is decomposed former C&D material that was not removed over the last 40 years as it should have been. 40 since 92, 93. So if you went up 6 inches a year on the site over the natural grade, this is what you're left with, decomposing material. Now, so what we have here, and it's, I must say, from all the anecdotal evidence I've gotten, it's not anybody's fault in the last 20 years at least. There has been several requests that I'm aware of for more funding to process C&D and to get it out of there. That is reportedly, it didn't happen. Enough was never removed to truly remove it down to bare soil. And then you lose track of where the ground is after a while. You, under a processing site like that, it's probably pretty easy to lose sight of 6 inches a year or so. That's all I can say on that. So the ground is raised 15 feet in places. We've had our consultant engineer for solid waste come in. We've done test bits with them. These are our test bits we did to try to figure it out so that we could contract an engineer. They came in. We are sampling it for 2 different standards. One is for the Lebanon facility to see if we can process it and send it there. It may not be able to go there. That leaves us with the Casella landfill in Coventry, which would be terrible if we had to go there. And they have much stricter rules about what can go there. So we're also testing for that. Those results will be back in July, but that just wanted to get that out of the way so you are up to date. We are on top of it as fast as we can.
Chris, is there a way that we can grind this on site? And
so that is what the testing is all about. So if you grind it on site, you still have to dispose of it. This is part of a processing area. We're not permitted to be a landfill here. So in the state side, it has to go so we process it and then we have to find someone to accept it.
So our landfill that we used to have officially closed when?
It was before.
But by the state standards, it's officially closed.
It's
correct?
closed, right?
Okay.
So we have them doing, so the long story, a little bit longer than what I just told you, is in the engineer's evaluation of this material, they're going to provide us with several different ways to deal with this. One is emerging technologies, whether or not we can have a new technology come in and burn it, incinerate it in an enclosed environment with no release at all. That would be the first in Vermont. So, and we're not sure that would even be as cost effective as the others. One would be to process it. Lebanon will only accept processed C&D. So if they would take it, that would probably be our cheapest. The next one is if Casella would take it. It's a matter of, it's got a lot of funny stuff in it, metals and different things in there. Processing it obviously makes the pile smaller and makes transporting it a lot easier. So
has anybody looked into the regulatory requirements of reopening a section of a landfill?
So I haven't finished. And so the last option for them to look at is what would it take to permit and expand the closed C&D landfill that it's near. Anecdotally, that's been said that's probably a long-term project and an expensive project to get rid of it. And it's probably a no, but basically you have a violation that needs to be cleaned up. So that probably would not be an acceptable manner to the state, but depends on the presentation that was made and the options that were made, but we're getting those options spelled out for us. But they won't even be able to finish these opinions until the tests all come back, and that will be mid-July. So the good news is we did save money. Our estimate was much closer than the contractors on the previous C&D cleanup. So we do have some excess there.
I shudder at the trucking costs to truck this to Coventry, Vermont.
I have
And
looked at that as well.
I just think that if we could, I mean, I know the regulatory hurdles to open a landfill will be costly, but I just, in my mind, I have to believe that it would be cheaper to reopen a C&D landfill and bury it ourselves.
And what we're struggling with is the state seems to have like a disconnect, right? They don't want to admit that Vermonters make trash. They want us to all pretend that we don't. So they're not being entirely helpful where we're saying, hey, this has been in the ground. What should we do with it? Because I agree with you, like the trucking cost and the grinding cost and just the work that goes into it. You want the state to work with us. We want the state to work with us and give us a path forward that would be the most advantageous for all of us, rather than dump trucks hauling ground up 40-year-old lead painted screen doors through the state. But it's really kind of difficult. We're working with the state as much as we can, but there's a disconnect up there that, you know, we're all trying our best to deal with the waste that was created by, you know, our previous generations.
Is there discussion of the state imposing fines upon us if we don't clean this up?
I think in the last few conversations we had, they're happy with what we're doing and the progress we're making. That was always a conversation early on, but it hasn't been a conversation of late. But what I would like to point out is that if you're going to go through the time and expense of engineering and permitting a C&D landfill expansion, usually it's that amount of cost would be more associated with your opening a C&D landfill, and that the new income coming in is going to help pay for that, because it's probably most likely going to be a lot more money, believe it or not, than going to even Coventry. And so what I would say is when we get their evaluation, aligned landfill and the monitoring there on out and so forth adds up. I mean, that's another thing. You know, if you're just going to create a landfill, line it, and then start monitoring it forever, you incurred more ongoing expense as well. You know, it may be that they come back and say, well, you have enough room for X, C, and D to offset the cost. You could reopen a C&D landfill. But then that would have to be another community-wide decision. Do you really want those trucks hauling C&D going down your roads to the facility?
I think the first step for us is figuring out what exactly is in this dirt.
So that's all premature conversations. Like I would prefer we had, once we had tangible scientific evidence as to how bad that stuff is and what the options are to get rid of it as presented by our engineer, that then we could have a educated discussion about what to do with it. Because just sitting here, none of
I
us
just
here.
don't see a risk management plan being presented at all, as far as like how we're going to deal with this. What's our risk on either side of it? And that's what I would love to see before the board. The risk management on all the different avenues that we want to look at going down.
Before we can figure out the next steps, we're letting you know that we're having the dirt tested. And this is the ground up old C&D that you're saying, because it depends. If it's too high in arsenic or lead, that changes our trajectory and our ability to deal with it, because those are, you know, just two examples of things that many landfills don't want to deal with. So if this comes back and it's too high in certain things, it's going to change our trajectory. It's going to change our available options. But we wanted you to know that, yes, we got rid of the pile, but when we got rid of the pile, we started digging further, and this is where we ended up, which is, 40 years of compressed, compacted, elderly screen doors and paneling and painted furniture.
And no, you couldn't just stop digging because the state requires you to show them where the natural ground is below the piles. So with regard to risk management, we're a long ways off from that. Neither of us sitting here before you is a solid waste engineer or environmental scientist qualified to get there. What we have done is we've employed the qualified people, which includes scientists and engineers who are evaluating it. Without that background information, the next step you will have to be presented more to make decisions about how to spend taxpayers' money. We take our directive from you, and that will be entering a whole new phase of how we deal with it. But you do need to be aware of what's going on, and that's why we're here. It's part of a bigger, broader discussion we're going to follow up. I hope, just like I hope with water and sewer and roads, I hope this is the first of many working discussions. This one dedicated to solid waste.
I guess one of my personal preferences for ARPA spending is basically a long-term solution, potentially closure of the transfer station. And I wonder if and when we get to that conversation.
We'll talk more
Okay, I'm
in the
sorry.
future. Yeah. So the next topic I really want to talk about was the facility and the future, and that's going to be many conversations moving on from here. But yeah, you can. So
Is it possible to have a copy of this PowerPoint as well for us? So we
Yeah.
can flip through it? That'd be great. Thank you.
We're gonna back everybody out. This is a big facility. I don't know if when you all went and visited, if you got all the way down to the back, but it goes pretty deep down along the road. So when you pass it on 5, you're just seeing the very front end. So here's the entirety of the facility.
So that's the facility. So yes, it does.
It does technically.
So, but the part that goes to facility, to your far right is the beginning of the closed C&D landfill where you see the green with the contours going up right there. The back side of that goes over to the interstate property. To the north of there, the top of the screen, you start to see what is the Army or National Guard up there. Course down the other way. So we have to discuss in this conversation going forward, the future of the facility, a facility that we know lacks the volume and disposal on-site and disposal area to be competitive with Lebanon. And it also lacks the operational parameters to be competitive with the marketplace in general. So therefore, at this point, as we start to reimagine it, how do we create a facility here that operates more like an enterprise fund, but doesn't unfairly burden any segment of the town's population with subsidizing people from other communities? Like, how do we get these free things managed in a way that is not a burden to the town of Hartford, but more of a positive to town of Hartford and a positive to those who use it? So what I'm going to show you is we have
Chris, these aren't true interval lines, are they? Elevation?
Yeah. So they're 1-footers. So.
And have y'all been down there? Okay, because we're looking at Route 5 right here. So as you come in, this is the building that Chris is talking about that was once upon a time the Taj Mahal of recycling education centers. My fun fact down there is the paper recycling sign is dot matrix paper. It says recycle paper here. So you can tell, I don't know the last time I've seen dot matrix printer paper. Is a household waste. And this is where, as you would come in and drop off your trash, you're looking at. And down here is where we remove those giant piles, which is why if you drove by, you thought, what giant piles? Because you can't really see them. And then I believe the last time I drove, they advised that I didn't try to bring the Nissan Leaf down into this area because it wouldn't make it. So it gets a little more rugged as we get down there. And then this is the solar field. And Chris, where is the capped landfill on this
It's
picture?
underneath the solar field.
It's underneath the solar field.
Yeah.
So this is our former capped landfill. So if you were a kid and your family backed their truck up and just shoveled trash into a hole, that's where you were going.
It's where we used to shoot rats.
There we go. Well, maybe we could shoot rats again. I don't know.
So
We'll
moving,
add that to the list.
yeah. So moving forward, the idea of DPW, what we have been working on is a way to make the facility survive in some nature where the convenience items that people need are still there, dictated partly by marketplace, but also by fostering competition, working in collaboration with private industry, and where it's in our interest, joining forces with the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District to help manage some of the functions. We have talked to them a little bit about it. They seem like they're willing to talk about it. They seem like it works in concept for them. So if we scroll down.
Before you leave that slide, let me ask you the elevation difference between the lowest section of the landfill, further to the right with the cursor down below. Up to the right just a little bit, the lowest section right there. The difference in elevation between that and the solar field is how much?
Off the top of my head, 'cause it's substantial. It was 30, 40 feet, 50 feet.
Okay.
I mean, you want me to give you a memo?
I would like to, the reason I'm asking is wondering about future capacity. If we were to open it back up for C&D, what our cubic capacity would be if we could meet the level of the contour lines that are over here.
Yeah.
Between here, it'd be interesting to know what the actual cubic yardage we could fit in there would be.
All right, so moving down. That one gives you a more dramatic view of the contours. That's the topography.
Yeah, that helps better.
So you can see the C&D pile to the right of that low spot. That's the C&D processing area currently, and that's the C&D pile. So you can see that is equally as high as the landfill. So keep moving down.
I am, but my computer is not sticking. There we go. All right.
So this is an overview of so when we looked at this, we said the town owns this facility. Certain parts of it are outdated for solid waste, will never be needed for solid waste again. Certain programs or private sectors out there can handle some of what we do. I have spoken with several trash haulers about setting up fast trash to pick up recycling, to pick up household waste, to pick up food scraps. They're more than interested. So, there may be a way to have more than one of them down there in a competitive manner. So for that purpose, if you scroll down just a little bit, there is another sheet that blows it up. But
Oh, good. Okay. I was trying to blow it up for you all because I know not all of you have your lap.
Well, we don't have this presentation.
all right, so this is a simpler one to do it on. So if you look to the right, we know as you enter on the right, there's a gravel parking area. Come down the access road, that gravel parking area to the right. So in that area, right now, we've got it set up, whereas on certain days of a week or month, it could be operated to pick up, to drop off paint, electronics, batteries under a joint venture with another entity. During other days of the week, every week, we've got it set up so it could be fast trash. So certain haulers could come in Some communities have more than one hauler, so you can get different pricing. It's more competitive. And then it doesn't have to get compacted in a third-party compactor that we are, and then hauled away. It's part of their route. They love it because people are coming to them. They don't have to drive around endless miles to pick it up. So that is one way to keep that convenience item there, and actually to keep both convenience items there of the other programs such as Paint Care, Lamp Cycle, Recycle, E-Cycle. The other thing, that area is currently what we use for hazardous household waste collection. Great Upper Valley is starting a program in Springfield by appointment. Whether that would ever evolve on this site and upgrade and take advantage of our HHW building, I don't know, but that would be where we continue to partner with them to do that on twice a year. So the office building right now would remain. It's a nice building. There's several potential uses for it. We can do our water system training, our sewer training for free if we allow entities to use it to hold their training. So whenever we can partner with those things, we can do that. The police and fire have shown interest in conducting training there, classes basically, where other communities would be allowed to come to, and hopefully they would get their training for free. It's a common partnership that is done. So that is a potential use for that building, as well as the community at large could rent out the space for whether it was a party, a meet-in, or the town could let people use it, much the way the meet-in space here is in great demand. I know the solid waste at the state was very interested in us holding classrooms there because it's right at a facility. Like if we would open our doors for that, for training, which would be great for us because we wouldn't have to travel for training. So there's potential uses for that. The Redemption Center, we would propose it would stay. The building itself, which is now pretty much unused. We have several pieces of equipment that seasonal equipment were kind of crowded at DPW. We have a need for storage that could be there. The yard would afford us bunker space for different gravels and things that literally we put in the middle of our parking lot right now in our way. The police and fire have trailers they need covered storage for. We show a potential place to erect a building there over the wall using the foundation that's already there to save money, to get those under cover. So there's a lot of space there that different departments have spoken up and said they could utilize. Moving on from there, we have an existing scale right there, yeah, for weigh-in. So that's infrastructure we could save. And under this plan, we have talked with a private transfer station company who takes their waste to New York, their C&D to New York, and solid waste to New York, and is actually competitive with Casella and Lebanon. How they do it, I do not know. They're in Springfield. We've actually shown a building, which is the modern way of treating C&D and municipal waste, which means the trucks drop it off in the upper level, and then it is pushed into the trucks on the lower level. So there is a potential, because we have a permitted facility to amend our permits, there are potential private entities who would be interested in keeping that there and paying us for the use of it, if that is something the town was ever interested in. Down below there, in part of the reclaimed C&D area, we have a yard area for them to put, whether they cover them or not, metal recycling, tire recycling, dumpsters. So there's a yard for that. Then moving on at the end of it, We're all aware that the fire department would, through grants or other means, wants to put a training facility in, but does finding a piece of land town-owned is an issue for that. We've identified a space where that training facility could go. That's the block down on the right-hand corner. And then beyond there, the police department currently doesn't have a certifiable shooting range. We've looked at setting them up with the space necessary over detention and infiltration pond areas to put a shooting range in that's in a EMS or fire and emergency service use only area. So they would restrict access to it. And they could do their training that right now they might have to go over to the state facility for. They could do it there. So those are just some of the uses. But again, you could reclaim some of your use of the facility so it didn't get wasted on certain departments where they have deficient or not enough space, and you could incorporate some private entities and some partnerships, maybe with Greater Upper Valley if they partake. So it's a lot to think about, and it's all just a theory, but it was basically that exercise is seeing what fits on the site to meet all the different possible needs that the reuse of the facility could be used for. I think if you go down, you will get bigger views.
Do I get a better view?
You have a question?
Okay. Are you still going, Chris?
No, that was long-winded, so.
I think we've been told, I mean, I feel like I've been having this conversation for the almost 5 years that I've been on the board, and we, you know, like we do keep having to kind of start over. So I really hope that we can
finish, yeah.
make some progress. I'm really, really looking forward to this. This has been, which I think is one of the reasons I'm kind of thinking of it as an ARPA priority, because it's been something that we're accountable for a long time, that we really need to, like, this is an opportunity for us to like really catch up. So, but right now there's like 500 kilowatts of, like, I guess I was under the impression that there's room for doubling the size of the solar field that's there. Is that, do you know anything about that yet?
Don't know about that yet.
I think when they did the original proposal, I'm not sure if I'm getting my wattage numbers right, but that there was room to do a megawatt, and they did like 500,000 kilowatts. Is that the right measurements?
I would have to go back and look and check in with our environmental sustainability coordinator and probably dig through some old files.
Yeah. Anyway, I do think that has been part of the discussion. So I guess I mentioned that so that it can continue to be part of the potential.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at that, but I mean, I'm not sure what space they were talking about taking for that. I mean, obviously, if they were talking about wiping out what the area we have, then it meant closure of the facility.
Because I think I'll do some research and see if I can find what I'm referencing, because I think it was that at the time of the original installation, there was available space to put double the amount, and I'm not sure why it went. So I'll look into that history.
Yeah, I mean, the area that we've dedicated to this is primarily just the area that is currently occupied by the transfer facility. So unless they were talking about occupying part of the transfer facility, whether it's the C&D or the yard waste areas or compost areas, then it would be outside of this.
Tim, are you referencing the land that's already there, that's already cleared and capped? Is that what you're referring to? The capped landfill area?
Yes.
That there's still room for more solar panels on the capped
definitely be wrong
landfill?
about this, but I will follow up, because very distinct. I don't know if you remember this. Anyway,
Let's look into it. We'll look into it. We'll see if
definitely-
if we're all remembering correctly that there was more room for solar.
I've been around a while and I don't remember that, so.
Then I guess the things that we're statutorily required to do, even if the whole facility were shut down as a, I mean, I really like this, I like the fast trash or whatever that term, like I definitely like the ideas that you're throwing around and the possibilities, and definitely want to continue to explore that. But if the entire facility were to be just shuttered and used for something else, the statutory requirements we have are things like the household hazardous waste and like there's certain things that we can do as events.
Right. I mean, our SWIP plan, we lay out how we
Solid
take
waste
care of
implementation plan
all
for
of
those of
the
you.
items that need to be, we don't have to provide them all. They all need to be available.
Yeah.
So HHW events, obviously, we are the ones who set that up
Yeah.
with Greater Upper Valley. That's the worst case. Pretty much everything else, we've identified another source.
Yeah.
That being said, I mean, at the minimum, having fast trash
Mhm.
for people would be great.
Yeah.
I mean,
And they still pay for that service, so right?
yep,
Yeah.
they pay for it. So wait, when people say, oh boy, so right now, for instance, for a long time, steel has been a commodity that we've made money on to offset some of our losses. Well, the price we're now getting paid went from $185 to $75 a ton all of a sudden. So that means pretty soon we may be at the point where it costs more to truck it than we get reimbursed for. So we're in a commodity driven marketplace and we don't have the mechanism in place to adjust our pricing like the private market can real fast, unless you want to see me back here every month asking for a price increase or decrease, but so it would be nice to get the private marketplace to situated to take on more responsibility.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, and there may be opportunities to, if we're reducing actual service to the community by reducing services at the transfer station, there is potential to sort of potentially subsidize, have application process for reduced trash, services or something like that, like people do fuel assistance, there could be, but also it's like I think in our climate goals that like reducing is, reducing our solid waste is a critical piece of that. And I hope we will consider, I guess our next meeting is in July, but the recommendation that has been sent to us about a plastic-free month, I think that's a great idea. I think the more that we condition culturally, like become more and more comfortable with just reducing our waste, that this is all good. And we're really all accountable for our own waste. And it's not necessarily the town's job to give us a landfill.
So
sorry, that's just my opinion.
I think one of the things too to consider is as the commodities market drops out and the recycling market is gone. It's absolutely gone. Plastic recycling is gone and it's not coming back. So we can live with that. Paper and I think glass are still hanging on. Aluminum's now.
So glass cost us money.
Glass costs us money to actually. So you drop your glass recyclables off at the transfer station, it's going to cost us money to get rid of them for you. If we do even this out where we're not spending money to take your glass, we could look at that as a way to do additional events at a village level. So you could have, a free day over in Queechee where we'll take your mattress because we don't want you to dump it on the side of the street, or offering fast trash there. Those are definitely possibilities that right now we just can't do because we're paying to take your glass, paying to take your plastic, paying to take your steel, depending on the market, paying to take your light bulbs, paying to haul off the free electronics because we put them in a trailer and then we pay somebody to take them. So those are the kind of things where we're spending money, where maybe we could spend that money someplace that's more advantageous for the residents, and is more value add for them.
So I will say, I moved back to Windsor years ago and we have a very simple system down there, and Lori lives there too. And maybe I'll drag her in here sometime to talk to you. is we used to have a recycling center and so forth, but Act 145 really killed that off. Like the town was fiscally responsible about running the programs. And so there is no curbside recycling because Act 145 made it so that your hauler had to pick up your recyclables. So it was really an unnecessary service. And the fast trash location has to take your recyclables. It was letting the marketplace do what the marketplace does, and it helped the local haulers, a couple of them, grow their businesses. So that's a good thing, because everyone should be able to make a living, and we shouldn't be taking that away. But the other thing they do is they do some unique things down there that, as we discuss options and ways, is they have a dump day. So the town actually puts it in the line item budget. You can bring bulky waste and so forth because they're not shouldering a facility like this. They have a bulky waste day you can clean out. There's rules about what and how much, but literally it gives people the opportunity to clean away those couches that are on the front yard or porch and so forth. There are ways to ensure to help keep your community clean by redirecting your funds. But Lori's at the forefront of a lot of that. It should be a good one to discuss it.
I want to be cognizant of the time. I know we have a lot going on.
Any more questions? All right, thanks, Chris. We're going to take our break till 8:45. Then we'll be back for the remaining items.
Well, wait, we didn't do.
We're gonna do curbside recycling
Yeah,
first?
yeah.
Well,
So
we reached the same time. Do people want to break now, or do they want to do the curbside?
How long is curbside recycling gonna take you?
2 seconds because it's a contractual matter. So
Let's pound through it.
So curbside recycling, as you know, I believe you must know, is has quite a bit of inflationary cost to it. As we have discussed with Act 145, haulers do have to pick up curbside recycling. So the cost is growing. And as I understand it, they want it to grow a lot more after our 3-year extension expires. So we do need to have discussions about what's going to happen on July 1st, 2024, when it expires.
That's the extension expiring?
That is the
Yes.
expiration of the extension. And like Chris is saying, we're kind of saying to you guys, we need to think about this. And you need to kind of gather your thoughts about how we feel about curbside recycling before we enter into a major contract negotiation. And this is where you all are out there, your 7 bodies, and you're out there in the community about how people feel about curbside recycling and how we can manage this cost while also managing people's, the desire back in 2016 when people voted to incur this cost as voters.
And I would point out, it is a monopoly. They are the only game in town. So you are paying a fee based on a monopoly. So that's something we'll have to have discussions about. I'll leave it at that.
When will the town have their proposed contract?
Typically for contracts of this size, we'll open it up about a year in advance. So
They were the only bidder last time,
I
I
mean, is there
believe.
any negotiation discussions happening prior to?
not currently, we could open it up as an RFP, but again, most of the other haulers in town are not able to
So
manage that large of a contract. So we usually don't get multiple responses. I'm trying to hedge our bets about talking about the contracting, but
it is important that we have another conversation at a later date about this and the level of service we're being provided right now. I know the town clerk has said it. We answer so many calls a week or day, I should say, actually, about it not being picked up. I mean, there's a shortage of drivers everywhere. It's not being picked up. They call us, they call the town clerk, they call everybody but Casella. And Casella, if you call them, it's we finally got a contact at Casella, but it's not really for that department. It's are you getting what you're paying for all the time? And how do you account for routes that don't get picked up in the contract? Like the contract's kind of vague. It's not really specific about penalties for missing streets or anything like that. So we have little teeth to go after them other than just be like the citizens, just complain, complain, complain.
I have 2 other questions if I may.
Sure.
So
One is, it would be interesting to look at when we do the tax rate and we say for a $250,000 house, this is about what you pay for like what we pay for recycling. That would be an interesting comparison also from what we're currently paying to what the proposed amount is.
So it is a service that not everyone partakes in.
Right.
So it's hard to say because, so some people are subsidizing other people. It's kind of a broader discussion where you say, okay, if it's $330,000 this year, what could I do with that money? How could I apply that to solid waste initiatives for the town that maybe we get a bigger bang for our buck, keep our town cleaner, because people are really, if they take advantage of their trash hauler, giving them a bundle price and getting their recyclables picked up, then it's being taken care of because it's only zero sort, which is what they all haul. So, if it's, you want to keep those tires off the side of the road, or you want to keep, the couches off people's, do you do these other events and subsidize solid waste that way? Or is it to help keep another part of the program alive?
During one of the many times we've discussed this, I think it also came up, it might have been me that brought it up, I'm not sure, that would there ever be a consideration for some of the other smaller haulers to kind of form a co-op for this particular contract to band together and compete with Casella?
I think for that, following the purchasing policy, we would have to just evaluate every RFP that came in. So if, say, a co-op came together, we couldn't facilitate that work internally. Right. That would be something that those group of people would have to come together and make that choice together. Using the dirty math that Joe Turner always teaches us, it's just equitably across the board between $50 and $60 per parcel for the $330,000 that we're spending this year, just for recycling. So if we take that Casella amount and we divide it by the number of parcels, which I believe is either 5,500 or 6,500, Joe's going to get me on not remembering that.
They're not picking up at that many.
But they may not, that's just that dirty math of dividing a cost by the number of parcels. Like Chris said, if you have a hauler, they already should be hauling your recyclables. So you're paying for that and we're paying for that. Not everybody uses this service. Not every parcel is a residential parcel too. So they might not be getting trash service. So that's a pretty back of the envelope calculation.
Yeah. I would be interested too, as we look at this contract, even though Casella isn't part of the town, the impact that that's having on climate. So it might be nice to weigh in all those trucks on the road driving around every week, picking up things, if that has any kind of impact on reducing our carbon footprint.
And is it all gone? Are they really sending it to a dump? So it's a pointless effort.
Right.
That's a can of worms that I don't know. Is there anything else that you all would like to see as we kind of continue these discussions about solid waste, about curbside recycling, about the future of this in terms of either how we're reimagining the facility, how we can provide some context for making decisions about curbside recycling in the town, how we can reimagine any of this as we kind of move towards a new era of reduce, reuse, recycle.
Lenny? Are we under any obligation to any of the other towns that we supposedly are part of to?
So we're not part of the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District. We are open to them.
Okay, so we have no obligation to them whatsoever to continue the landfill or continue to reduce.
But we have sold them for this coming year. We've already been selling them permits.
Okay, so we're for this year, we have that obligation for this year.
We're committed to this year staying open and operating and figuring as much about the facility and where we can go with it as
Other than
possible.
that, we have no other obligation, just from year to year obligations. That's it.
Correct. We could let Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District know, that you all have elected to close the facility and therefore, July 1, 2023, we won't be operating a facility and there's nothing contractually that would obligate us to them in any way.
Okay. So the other option you always have that has been discussed with them if they'd be open is like, if we decide that, we no longer have the staff at solid waste, if we decide we want them to manage our solid waste, if there's any benefit to that, we can have discussions with them as well, besides partnership, whether or not we want to join the Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District and make decisions made on a little bit more about not just local, global marketplace.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I know we shouldn't have to hire a consultant for anything, but do we need a solid waste consultant?
So
There's a consultant for everything, isn't there? Yeah.
So in order to ensure that you are adherent to all the rules, regulations, and so forth, you really do need professionals. And, we did have the solid waste RFP that went out for professional scientists and engineers. And it was for not just the engineer, and it was for the economic base of it, because they do write up business plans and assess all these things in a professional manner. That wasn't funded. So moving.
When was that?
That was last year.
I think we just asked for the ability to use them on an ad needed basis, but we didn't anticipate necessarily using a business plan model. It was more for dealing with the C&D. So it's something that we'll have to possibly piecemeal fund as we continue down this road to get, I think we contract with Sandtech.
Yeah, Sanborn Head.
Sedboard Head. They do all of this really intricate engineering, and they also do business modeling to help you reimagine.
They also know our facility really well. They did the solar panels, and they've done some gas remediation for us and so forth. The first thing we were really trying to get a handle on is the ground below the C&D process in there. That's going to be a drive-in factor to reuse. But again, deciding on whether or not moving towards fast trash or other partnerships doesn't really rely on that. There's limited uses in that area, reuses that would be affected by that. So it really comes down to just public discussions about level of service and expectations and, what people want to spend their money on. We've been trying to level fund so many different accounts such as this one forever to not have big increases and keeping prices low. But as you see, inflation's hyperinflation now, but costs are going up and it catches up to you. And, honestly, that's my impression of how the C&D got to where it was, is the cost kept going up and we were collecting X and we didn't have X to clean it up fully every year. So
I know we're now running late, so I just want
We're
to.
running late, and there's also one hand up.
Okay.
Take it. Are you doing it still or me?
Oh, I thought you were going to do it, but I can do it.
Kathy, if you, yeah.
Hey, thank you for seeing my hand waving. This is Kathy Melisick in Wilder. Hey, so I'm going to laugh forever about community convenience center as an EPA euphemism for a dump or transfer, whatever you want to call it. That's pretty funny. And I feel your frustration about what does feel like the state's view that none of us creates any garbage. People don't like to think where their stuff goes, much like they don't like to think where their electricity is originating. That's a bigger conversation. But I remember, and I'm sure other people on the board and in the room remember this. I mean, I remember when trash for people in Vermont meant, they chucked their white metal appliances over the hill, they threw their bags in a big hole, they buried their oil in bottles. I would certainly think the state would consider the pollution and fuel expense and the danger of huge trucks hauling materials up to Coventry. To me, that's just silly talk. As a consumer, someone who has always held a permit for the transfer station and buys punch cards for my trash and formerly for my C&D, I have to note that over the years, and particularly in recent years, as Chris was saying, what we would consider as consumers, the convenience of the facility has markedly declined. We used to be able to buy our permits and punch cards and ask questions from Wanda at the little White House on the site, and that was closed years ago. We used to be able to drive up to the building. I love that you called it the Taj Mahal, and go inside with our mixed recycling and roll our bins of recyclables down the roller belt in a heated space, I might add, and throw it all down the appropriate chutes. I can't remember when that closed, whether it was before COVID or because of COVID. And now people have to drive down to the outside bins and walk or drive to each one to deposit each kind of recycling in our trash. I mean, it's a mess, but we've all carefully dealt with it. And the hours were changed not so long ago. So they were closed on Mondays, and I'm guessing that might be because of staffing issues. But the biggest, and trust me, I want to break as badly as you do. The biggest issue for me and for a lot of people I know was the loss of a place to deposit C and D while we were doing all our other trash. You know, when I'm doing work on my house, I would bring my waste wood building materials down there. You'd check in because you had your permit sticker, drive onto the scale, weigh it on the way in, dump everything where you're supposed to, drive back onto the scale to get weighed again, and you either got your cards punched or you paid with a check and got a receipt. It was really a DIY one-stop dropping kind of place for everything. I will share with Tracy and Chris separately the various details why I don't like curbside recycling at home right now. It has mostly to do with traffic blockage and particularly on a main road that's also a bus route and the time that they come. And I'm concerned about the weight of those enormous trucks on our main and especially our little side roads. And finally, I just want to say, you know, I would like to offer my tremendous thanks for the staff who have worked at the transfer station or work with that in Public Works. We all knew Ann and Wanda. We knew Tim. We know the guys there are now. We know how helpful they always are. We know the incredible challenge they have with, you know, some personalities who use the space. And it's a dirty job that nobody likes to think of, and it goes remarkably unappreciated. I'd love to see what we could do with this spot. I feel like our convenience center could use, you know, a serious marketing and educational outreach campaign to show how it can be seen as a real resource to help the environment. I suspect people now using private haulers are tossing a lot of things in their regular trash that could really be more carefully, deposited elsewhere, disposed of elsewhere. And I think it's probably a lot more expensive to pay for private hauling than for a permit and punch cards. So if you ever want to form a committee about garbage, like, I'm volunteering. And thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Anything else? Great. It's good. All right. Thank you much.
Thanks, Chris. We'll let you go back to your office with your maps and your programs.
All right, welcome back, everyone, from a much-needed break. So our next item is the ARPA public input. And for this one, I know we've sent out a survey, we've had booths at various events. We had this time here to talk about ARPA funds. We plan on doing a public hearing. So we can maybe talk about, again, just what ARPA is. And, we're soliciting input from people to give us suggestions about how to spend this money. And one thing with ARPA, sometimes people aren't quite sure what ARPA means, but what it really means is essentially, if Hartford had like a long lost relative who died and left us money out of the blue, that's what happened. We have $2.8 million the federal government gave us with virtually no restrictions on how it's spent. And so what we want to do is we want to get some input from the public about priorities people would have with this money that's just sort of found money that we're unlikely to see again. We don't have to spend it all at once. I think, when is it, Tracy? We have to sort of.
Yeah, so your rich uncle said that you have to obligate it by the end of 2024. So that means placed an order or entered into a contract. And your rich uncle says you have to spend it by the end of 2026. Anything that's left over, he takes back.
Okay, so we do have some time. It doesn't all have to be in one budget year, but we really hope we can get some good input from people. I know Mary's she's had a booth at the block party and Juneteenth. I don't know if Mary, there are any suggestions that came in you'd like to.
There were, and I sent a copy of it to Tracy, so.
Okay, well, maybe Tracy, if you want to just give us a sense of where we stand on some of this and.
Yeah, so many thanks to all of you for all. I saw most of you at some point, whether it was just a wave for those two events. And Mary for typing up everyone's handwriting. I'm sure that isn't easy. So and Mary provided these into areas of concerns, as she said. Some of them include homeless outreach and housing, low-income housing, resources for people experiencing homelessness, restore existing housing to create more that is affordable housing, subsidies and rebates, setting up co-ops. So those are some of the ideas around housing. A lot around the climate action plan. So working to fulfill the goals of the climate action plan. I'm going to call it the CAP from now on. And that we need additional funding to move that initiative from kind of the theoretical that we've approved to that. And so most of those just say fund the climate action plan. And someone else posted, always need more investment in alternative energies, weatherization, etc. Electric school buses, I will let you know, that's the school district, not necessarily us. So, that might be something that we need to consider, is those ideas that are great, but they don't reside with us, if we could pass those along. Cooling, heating updates in schools, again, that's not necessarily where our authority lies. Walking and biking lanes on routes 4 and 5, hiking and biking trails, more local train service. Not sure where we could influence Amtrak, but definitely separate stormwater and sewage. If you've been around and remember our kind of bland conversations about combined sewer overflow, I can assume that that's what somebody's talking about. Roads with a smiley face, more mental health funding, joint programs with other city entities, including the police, better high-speed internet, for example, past Hartford Village towards Sharon on Route 14. Can the town work with the state specialist to get rid of Japanese knotweed? So those are some of the things that came up when Mary was out there tabling, and y'all were out there, Mary typed it up.
Carol, would you like to comment? Jerry?
Yep, Jerry's actually going to speak first, but I'm speaking to the same.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm still using this. I'm Jerry Williams from Private. And one of the things that I wanted to also bring up to add to the list, one thing we know is the list is long, and there are many, as with any possibilities, there's lots of possibilities. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up, I've lived here a long time, and I've seen a lot of wonderful things happen in our town. And honestly,
I cannot think of any buildings, any physical buildings since I've lived here that have not been remodeled or rebuilt or started from the bottom up. And we have built, you know, we have the Barwood Hockey Center, we have a brand new pool, we have an athletic complex, we built 2 brand new high school, two elementary school, and we have gutted and rebuilt a 3rd. When I first came here, Hartford High School was built, and we moved into that the first year that I lived here. The technical center was built after that, so the fire and the police stations are new, and the renovation of this very building. I've personally been able to experience as a resident of this town. I'm a boomer now. And we have lots of boomers in our town now. And we have the Bugbee Senior Center. And that has been here for almost 40 years. And that's probably the only physical building in our town that we have done very little to. The select board and the town has always included in your budget the operating expenses and the, you know, a portion of that operating expenses, and we do fundraise and make money ourselves. But the town has always supported the Bugbee Senior Center for as long as it's been here. And we did get a new roof not too long ago, and we just got some new ventilation because of the COVID. However, nothing much has been done to the building in all that time. And it's beginning to show its age, just like us. And we're not asking for a lot, but we're asking for consideration for a couple of things. One is the front door is not handicap accessible. And this building was built before the ADA law. And so there are other parts of the building as well that are not handicap accessible. And you can imagine that we have several of the people who visit the center with wheelchairs and canes and other things. And to get into the front door, there isn't even a button. So someone has to kind of watch to make sure that someone who comes up to the door gets help. So physically somebody stands there and watches when we have lunches or events or something else to make sure that people are able to get in. So that's a big thing for us is our first wish would be that we could have a handicapped accessible door. So that if people coming to visit the Bugbee Center, not only seniors, but anybody coming there would have the accessibility that we should have in one of our town buildings. And the other piece is kind of that goes along with that is the expertise of an architect to walk through our building with us to kind of take a look at where we are and what we need. We have an amazing, wonderfully energetic staff. And I say that with a great deal of appreciation and gratitude. I went to the center several years ago. I was invited by a friend to go, and I went, and I had a horrible experience. And I went to the manager, the director, and I told him that I would never come back again, and I never did. And then a friend asked me again, and it was a program of something that I wanted to go, so I went. But there's a team now there that with the executive director and the program and so forth, that's outstanding, that is providing vitality, enthusiasm, excitement, and wonderful things for the seniors in this town. And one of the things that we know is that the aging population in our country is growing, and therefore it is growing in our town. and the people that are finding uses for our services are more, but we're offering more. We offer Tai Chi, we offer pickleball, we offer virtual visits to the Kennedy Library, or, I mean, there's just amazing things that are going on all the time. So it's the flexibility, the fellowship, the friendships that are formed, that are much more than what we used to think of as a senior center and the old people in the rocking chair. We right now are serving 20,000 meals on wheels. And that is in addition to people who order takeout and people who come to the center for meals. And we serve meals every day, Monday through Friday, and they're nutritious and they're well balanced. And we have people coming from many other towns to use our facility. We have the best facility around, and people will tell you that. We have people coming from East Thetford, East Randolph, from the Quail Hollow. We have a whole group that comes from there because we're friendly, we're welcoming, and we have great services to offer. So please put on your list short considerations for where we are right now to think of serving our elders. As much as
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Incredible work that the center does. It's great.
And I'm Carol Lane from White River Junction. You've heard from me before tonight. I want to tell you just personally what this center has meant to me. After 3 years ago, I lost my husband. He had a heart attack. And I was lonely. I don't think I have ever felt so alone. And then I said, I want to go down to the senior center because I need somebody. And of course, COVID came on top of that. But they did with masks, they stayed open. And what happened is I met friends, people from Hartford, from different places that I never would have met if I didn't go to the senior center. It was fantastic. And not only that, but then as the friendships developed, we ended up going to different things in town. For example, we have been to the BFW dance. I intend to go with Jerry tomorrow to the outdoor concert in the park.
Great.
But although I knew Jerry before, the other people that are going to go, I had never met in my life. And we laugh and we have a great time. The other thing is you don't have to be a senior to come to lunch. And what we're going to do is offer each member of the select board a free lunch. The only thing you have to do is you have to call in the morning to say you're coming, because the cooks need to know how much to go for. The one thing that Mark, who's the leader of the center, but couldn't be here because he has COVID. And the one thing that he said, if the only thing you can get is a door that opens automatically. Right now, it's like my home door. It has a button that you push like a doorbell. And as Jerry said, somebody has to come up. Well, if you're a person that is handicapped, true, but also suppose you're somebody who are bringing bags, you're bringing meals, you're trying to get out. The door is actually quite heavy, and you're totally full of bags, and you've got to get somebody to open the door for you. So if nothing else, please consider doing putting in an automatic door. And then, of course, it would be nice to also get somebody who could tell us, you know, what else, because we know that we're not to go. But that's my request, it's our request. And please come to lunch. Jerry has, I believe, a July bulletin, so that you can see. The other thing that they are offering is day trips. On July 20th, I'm going to see Mamma Mia.
Sweet.
And I don't have to drive. But I pay for it.
Yep.
And so Jerry, we have one, and we're going to give it to Michael.
Okay.
And then you can pass it around. You can also find it on the website.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
both very much. Lanny?
Yeah, it's interesting. My father, who is 88, I've been trying to get him to go to the senior center. However, the statement he always makes is, and mind you, he's 88, says that, oh, they're just old folks there. So I would love to have him be able to come, and maybe
pretty exciting.
he gets Meals on Wheels all the time, and maybe I can drag him down there with me to have a meal at the senior center. And I think it's a shame that the town has not put in a handicap entrance at the senior center, the one building in town that could use a handicapped entrance over any other building. It's a shame. We should be ashamed of ourselves for not doing this before. This should have had this in the budget. I mean, definitely, you know,
Hopefully it'll be in the budget now.
definitely find, we're gonna have to definitely find money available. This is shameful for us to not have a handicap entrance and the one building in town that could use it.
Rocket?
Just a quick question. Do you have an idea of how much one of those doors would cost?
No, I don't.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, no. Well, I guess I was just wondering if
They're about $20,000 each, and I think they technically have 4 doors in that building, in terms of just moving everybody in and out of the space safely. So 4 times 20, about $80,000 would probably get them 4 doors.
it's on my mind wondering, I'm fully supportive of that. And it's on my mind wondering if there's anything we can do to accelerate that conversation. You know, if we wait for a full cycle, it could be a long time to get those doors. A lot of times people have to go use that door.
We have funds right now in ARPA.
That's what I was thinking, is we have these funds, and it would be, you know, it would be a good use, and yet there would be more money for other things.
Got my vote.
Dan?
And please take our invitation seriously.
Sure.
And if you can't come, just come, because we will welcome you and we would love to talk to you. With the budget season coming up, we have a lot of voters there. You may not remember it, but there's a lot of us are in town, and it would be a great opportunity just to have great conversations. And Tracy came last year, and it was just lovely because she could ask questions, and you know, she could give us information. So please take it seriously.
We will, sure.
Thank you.
Just a question to throw out there. Do you know if the director has explored any state grants or funding programs for handicap accessibility in the building?
I don't know.
Because there are some funds out there for that. So I would prefer to use that money that way as the ARPA. Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is
all I said is that we would come.
Yeah.
And so you'll have to come.
Yeah.
I would assume not. That
He's pretty.
because when we asked, yeah, he's very up to date on funding. You are very lucky, by the way, to have those 3 people down there.
Yeah.
He was the one that recommended this.
Okay.
And so I'm assuming that he has explored other things.
Okay.
Thank you both. It's great to learn more about all the services. Heidi?
Can I just make a brief suggestion? I saw the survey online about the ARPA. As it's been brought before, we don't always have every citizen using Facebook or computers. Could we actually find out how to get that survey to people at home? I mean, my mother doesn't have a computer. My mother doesn't choose to use any type of device to do a survey like that. I could print it out to her. She could possibly like mail it in, but I know there's an aging residency in our town. I mean, not everyone uses that. So in order to get an actual proper survey done, we would have to extend the survey. I mean, we don't even have to utilize this money until, was it 2024? Can we extend the survey and possibly do it in a manner so that more of the residents can actually have their voices heard?
I think so. I don't know. How's the survey gone out?
So it's an email survey, and it has a link, and then it's available at the libraries, and we have a couple of copies at my front desk. If this is something you all want to explore, is doing a mailing, I'd have to get back to you in terms of pricing and availability. I would say if that's something you want to explore, you may want to actually explore using some of the funding to fund that, as I don't think that you necessarily have a chunk of change to go to a mailer, to go to a mailing office or a mailing service to do that work. And I don't know, we've never done this before. So there's some logistics there if that's something that you would all like to pursue that we would need to look at.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where, you know, you don't have to spend it all at once, you know, and I don't know that you have to have like a artificial deadline for a survey, you know, I mean, we're getting, you know, it's kind of like as ideas come in and things like that. Kim?
I'm definitely in favor of more exposure. Like I agree that social media is not a good enough pool of the community to actually have a full perspective. And yeah, I guess I was thinking out loud, like if there's the August primary coming up, could we have people there with postcards and, you know, like what we do with the what Mary did, just kind of cabling about ARPA at I'm in favor of mailing, but I'm just thinking of any other opportunities to get more input as well. The July 4th event, you know, the Kilowatt Park event. I cannot personally volunteer to do that.
I'm happy to facilitate it anyways. I noticed that Mary made herself a sign that we could make a bigger, better sign. And I know that
Ally brought in
Ally made a sign.
Flyers.
You know, a few things like that, that my
We
office
try to
can
have
help
a public
facilitate.
hearing. Hopefully we can get a, you know, like a prime time sort of hearing, you know, where that's our one focus. It's not, you know, 9:30 and people may or may not be, you know, up at this point. So I think we can come up with some creative ways to get the survey out, to get our messaging out. So,
The new tax bill, it could go in with the new tax bill, could it not?
don't know.
I don't know how those are processed.
I mean, it's worth
Because
asking for sure.
Because it wouldn't be an extra mailing, it would only be one extra page. And it wouldn't up the price of the mailing.
That's right. It's a great
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, I
That's
mean,
one
I
way of
think
saving on postage, and it's a way of getting it out to the people.
Yeah.
And they would have to use their own envelope to send it back, so
Sure.
that's just an idea.
No, I think it's an interesting one to see if it's allowed, you know, I don't know, like, it's one of those,
It's just
you
an
can only
idea.
send
I
a
mean,
tax bill like by itself or something, but,
It's just a suggestion, I just
Yeah.
want everyone to have their opportunity.
sure.
I mean,
Okay, Rocket?
Well, I need to push back a little bit on that. You know, all of these meetings are recorded, open to the public, recorded, broadcast, and put online. In the same way with budgeting process, citizens can find us and reach us. I think my sense is that there is a lot of opportunity already beyond the survey for people to hear about this discussion and to chime in as well. I don't think it's been just limited to social media and that survey, because all 7 of us are pretty available, I think, to the public, and our emails are listed and so forth. So I think that's like, you know, I respect your opinion a lot, but I do think that there's a lot of, with the ARPA, there's a lot of opportunity for people to contribute their opinion if they care.
unfortunately, not everyone goes on and watches this, so
Sure.
I just want everyone to have the opportunity.
I think my real concern is like with the ARPA or going, let's say, quote unquote, above and beyond in this case is what precedent do we set or what standard do we set in terms of what our responsibility is to reach out to the citizenry about any particular issue, whether it's a specific, like, is it a specific line item expense that we need to go and make X amount of effort to the public? Or is the very nature of the fact that we have an open meeting and we have open meeting laws and we invite the public to participate, is that sufficient? And if that's not sufficient, then why not? And what should be the standard, the criteria that we use to think through not just ARPA, but other similar like big ticket items and situations? So I think that's where my real reluctance is just sort of like setting the precedent where we say in the future, a year from now, oh, well, we did X effort for ARPA and we weren't even going to spend all the money right away. So then now what do we do with this new situation, right? It's just on my mind.
I see your point of view, but.
Yeah. But I see
I think
yours.
this is very important.
Sure.
So that's why I brought it to the board. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Do you have any comment on Zoom? Anyone's hands up?
Yes. Oh, sorry, I got my role here. Laura, Lorinda McLeod. Oh, one word.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. I go to the senior center. I do lunch there. I do activities there, bus trips, etc. I also volunteer there. And I would like to make a comment on the doors. It was mentioned that maybe 4 doors. It would only be 2 that would be necessary. And it's the main entrance that people come in from the parking lot to enter the building. And it's a double door, like, you know, when you go through an outside, there's a little bit of an airlock and then you've got the inside door. And generally when you go through those, there's you push some button and both of the doors will open to get you in. And it's not just people like in a wheelchair or got a cane or something. There are other people. I mean, like me, I've always got a 5-pound handbag on my shoulder. And if you're taking anything else in that you're carrying, it would be extremely convenient to have it. I mean, the doors are reasonably heavy. I'm able to open it just fine. But like I said, if you are carrying other stuff, there might be a reason that you can't grab the handle and open the door. And just overall, it really needs to be done. And that button that you push to call for help, I actually was inside watching out the window when someone tried to come in one time, and they physically, being in a wheelchair, could not, it was very difficult to reach that button. They had a very hard time, but I was not the only one, just by chance, looking out that window. So someone immediately got up and helped them get in the building. So, but the handicap things that you push are generally more on the outside edge, closer, so you don't have to physically get all the way in to push something. And I think that basic handicap door would make a huge difference of getting people in and out of there, and perhaps get more people to attend.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Rocket?
Yeah, I solicited feedback online and heard from a number of citizens via email and public comment on social media. Just wanted to share some of those. Bugby was mentioned for sure. A few citizens mentioned cleaning up Hartford Village. I guess the burned Grange building has been a bit of an eyesore and possibly public safety issue. Low-income housing, support for our police department and the Queechee Fire Station. Someone suggested a tax refund, more security at the schools, although I imagine that would be a school board issue. West Hartford, I think the library has a number of small projects that could benefit from. Increasing local food access, the sidewalks came up a few times, murals downtown, Gate Street, Fairview Terrace, reopening that came up a bunch.
Sure.
And then repaving the roads came up a bunch, of course. Mayfield Sports Complex apparently needs drainage and irrigation and emergency button station, although I believe that's being worked on. Some of that's being worked on, right? Or maybe that was just on the list of priorities.
Maxfield.
Sorry, Maxfield, yeah. Maxfield Sport Complex. And then someone suggested cleaning up Dewey Pond. I guess it's dirty or messy, so I don't know. And then the last one is supporting our kids. So needing an outdoor track. I guess someone mentioned kids are practicing in the halls. I don't know. They might just be having fun. I don't know. But a track and a youth center, something to do.
Great.
That's the list.
Well, great ideas. All right, well, I think we would ask the public to keep telling us what's on their mind about how to spend this money, and yeah, we'll keep listening. Yes.
I just wanted to say, if it's Hartford High School, I know about that. They are actually just having fun. It's a fun way to get more aerobics in.
Okay, so they're just having fun in the hall. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it was a student that emailed me, so I think it was an adult that thought they were practicing in the hall.
Well, there was a whole track thing.
Okay, and then I guess I do have a comment also about expediency with ARPA funds, which is that with right now, the way our funds are being held are in like interest-bearing accounts. The interest is like what, 0.5% a year, something insanely low. So with inflation being what it is at over 8% annualized, it's a little scary to me thinking that our purchasing power of ARPA funds is diminishing at a really fast rate. So that's really scary to me, where if we do, let's say, sit on this for a couple of years, let's just using round numbers, $100,000 purchasing power today will be worth somewhere 85 in 2 years. I mean, that at the current clip. So that's really scary to me. And not to mention, obviously, depending on what we're purchasing, the cost increases are not 8% across the board, as Tracy and DPW have shown, it's, can be 30% higher. So that's really scary for me. And I do think that that is putting a little bit of fire under my seat to try and move with some sort of expediency in terms of figuring out how we can best serve our community.
Thanks, Robert. Okay, great. Thanks everyone for their comments, and we'll be hearing more from the public on this one. Our next item is the Hartford Ad Hoc Committee on Emergency Shelter. Ryan, I think is coming up.
Hi everyone. I'm the current chair for the HACDES, the Hartford Ad Hoc Committee on Emergency Shelter, and so I'm here really just to present the potential for a charge for a standing committee on homelessness. And I just want to make a couple points as to why I think this is something worthwhile for Hartford to do. So one, between 2019 and now, the number of homeless individuals by our best counts has doubled in the state of Vermont. And it's likely to approach more to the level of 1.5 times the number of people that are homeless. And during that period where the pandemic happened, lots of people lost their jobs and a lot of people became homeless. The way that the state of Vermont was really taking care of those people was really to throw money at the problem from the federal government. So FEMA started up the voucher program, and the voucher program costs on the order of $79 billion, and it's supposed to be $108 billion for fiscal year 2022. And now that program is transferring away from FEMA and will be funded by the Vermont Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And so I think one of the interesting things to see is that basically, if you look at the amount of money that was spent, or estimated to be spent for fiscal year 2022, which is $100 billion, and we very conservatively estimate that.
Yeah, can we check to make sure that your mic is on? And if it is, can you lean in a little closer? They can't hear you on YouTube.
Is it on?
It doesn't sound on.
Batteries.
Looks like we're out of batteries.
So green light means go. All right, yeah, I can hear myself through something else. Okay, so just to recap that, basically, you know, we have a change in the number of homeless individuals in the state of
You might
Vermont.
wanna-
Wait until I.
I don't know if they're broadcasting or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, now we lost a cord. Poor David.
Wait, I can still see him on Zoom.
It might just be the TV.
It just be the TV. Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
so
it's still
Zoom is-
recording.
It says recording. Still.
Okay.
Like I can
back down there.
Do it all in the town of Hartford.
They had problems last night.
They were in the other room.
Oh, it was the other room?
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Once more feeling.
It gets my thinning area back here really well. That's okay. Luckily, there will be support for the Bugby Senior Center in the future. Okay, so I'll just pick back up where I left off. And again, that is that, you know, the pandemic has really accentuated the crisis of homelessness, and that's true in the state of Vermont, where we have really good counts on the numbers of homeless people, as good as they can be. We have about twice the number of homeless people since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's costing about $108 million a year to support the voucher program. And that voucher program is now being taken over by the Vermont Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Okay, and so it's important to keep that in mind, that it's now also in the purview of the people who are worried about keeping people in their rented spaces, as the cost for housing is going higher and higher. We're having more and more inflation, and in the meantime, more and more people are falling underneath that barrier to be able to maintain any sort of housing for themselves. And so our committee had been looking at solutions for emergency housing, and one solution that we found was too expensive at the present was really looking at forming a permitted campground, place where we could actually build shelters for people. A second solution was to allow for people to stay in recreational vehicles or trailers year round, and that solution is moving forward. But at the end of the day, we're still looking at some 100 to 120 odd individuals that are in the Hartford area, Windsor County, that identify as homeless, or that are homeless. And so any solutions that we have right now will not cover that entire number. So we will continue to see homeless people here, and they will be camping, and they'll camp wherever they can find a camp. And they prefer that you not see them. And I think maybe many of the people who oppose doing anything about the problem of homelessness also prefers not to see them. They would prefer that it just go away. but I would argue that it's not going away. However, we're very lucky in that we do have a very small problem here in the Upper Valley compared to what you would see, say, in Houston or Austin, Texas, where some people in my family live. And so we would argue that it would be a good idea for the town of Hartford just to continue focusing on this, to try to understand how we can build a better future with more affordable housing, how we can tie that into the goals for better environmental impact, and how we can also hopefully garner resources to try to come up with more creative solutions to the problem of homelessness. And so really that's the intent of to continue and have a standing committee just to focus and think about this. And this isn't something that will cost the town of Hartford anything. It would be made up of volunteers who feel strongly about the cause of homelessness. And so I really, thinking about it like that, don't really see any kind of downside towards having such a committee. So that's really all I wanted to say. I don't know if you guys should all have the potential charge in your packet. How you want to proceed.
Any?
I have a number of concerns about a standing committee on this, and a lot of it revolves around, I believe these are a lot of duplication of services that we already have within the town of Hartford. We have the police department that looks in on the sheltered individuals in our town, and they're quite aware of what's going on as far as the number of people for safety. And I know the Haven does an excellent job of looking out for the unhoused in the community. And I just see that between the two of them, we're keeping a pretty good eye on the numbers of people. And they also, I'm sure at the Haven, are well aware of the housing stock in Hartford and the state of Hartford's unhoused and unsheltered communities. As far as the regulatory obstacles, we have a planning and zoning department that, Tracy, if I'm not correct, please excuse me, but don't they look into the regulatory hurdles of revolving around housing? And it seems like it's a duplication of services from our planning and development office.
They do sit on a number of cross-functional organizations like Key to the Valley. They sit in on regional planning organizations. I can't really name all of them, but I know that especially Lori Hirschfeld, she's very involved in a number of those organizations, like the housing breakfast that just came up. Those are going to happen more frequently in collaboration with kind of like-minded individuals in public and private partnerships.
So from your position as a town manager, do you see this being just a duplication of services such as I've quoted? Because a lot of these things that are been pointed out, I think that the town of Hartford or other community services do an excellent job of fulfilling the need for this. And I just wonder about the need for one more committee when there's so much emphasis, especially today in the world that we live in, on the unhoused community in the Upper Valley. And I guess the other thing that bothers me about this is that you make this Hartford standing committee, but then you speak about the Upper Valley. And we really, I haven't seen any identification of unhoused in Hartford specifically. And you're looking to have a community, a role for a committee to look at unhoused for the Upper Valley. And this is not this is an Upper Valley problem, and it's not a Hartford problem. Why does Hartford have to take on a role of an Upper Valley problem that exists? And I strongly am against the role of Hartford trying to solve the unhoused housing population of the entire Upper Valley. We don't have the resources, and we as alone should not have to bear the burden of that. And as I said, the biggest thing that I saw this committee being is an advocating committee to advocate going to the zoning board and going to the planning board and advocating for these changes that you feel are needed within this community, within this community. So I have issues with that. The other issue that I have about the committee such as this is the makeup of the committee. I have strong feelings about the making up of the committee being from mixed areas of the Upper Valley. This again, if you're going to have an Upper Valley committee, that's fine. Have an Upper Valley committee that every single town buys into this thing. But if you're going to have a Hartford committee, the idea of having a Hartford committee is to have Hartford residents on board. And for us not to have Hartford residents on board this committee or Hartford taxpayers that don't have, for lack of a better term, skin in the game, paying for all these services that you're asking for the committee to bring back to us, I feel is wrong. So there's many issues that I have about that. Primarily the fact that I believe there's a huge duplication of services that are out there in the community and in the town of Hartford that exist for every single one of these charges that you indicate.
Rocket?
Thank you.
Yeah, so I've heard from citizens who share that concern, and I guess I do also share that concern about the makeup of the committee being citizens versus of Hartford versus elsewise. I mean, our charge is specifically to be stewards of the community of Hartford. If that's something you could address, that'd be great. But to build off of, well, maybe we can deal with that, and I have a second thought.
Well, so the first thing I'll say is, as we know, I'm a resident of West Lebanon. I live exactly 0.8 miles from where we are right now, which is probably closer than most of you guys, I would guess, probably. So, you know, to me, that line's a little bit arbitrary, that river. And so while I understand that the charge is for Hartford, I don't think Hartford can be devoid of the fact that it is so close to Norwich and so close to Lebanon and so close to Hanover. So I look at this place as one place. And I've actually admired Hartford for being really the kind of the leader, the compassion center of the place. And I like that very much. But and then as far as constituents of the committee, is my understanding that you guys form that. You decide who's going to be on it. So if you decide only residents of Hartford are going to be on the committee, then make it so.
Yeah, so and then I guess to build off of that, I went to the Haven and got a great tour this past week. And got one of the very interesting conversations that came out of that with the director there, Michael. We was sort of this conversation about what is the balance of aggregating all these services, which are, I mean, they have a huge number of services and providing a lot of efficiency, cost efficiency, but also locational, geographic efficiency for the clientele that people serve, being all in one spot, that being all amazing. And then on the other side, the cost of it being the expansion and potentially the attraction of an increasingly large catch basin for communities that exist outside of Hartford, who are coming, individuals from those areas, people who have very real need for sure, but who are coming to Hartford to receive those services. And I guess for me, so I care a lot about food and local food and food systems. So I was sort of thinking about the difference between like a Cargill meat packing type of vertically integrated company that can provide cost efficiency because they have so much scale, and the cost of that being you can destroy local food economies, which might have per higher unit economics, right? And so when looking at the case of the homeless or community here in Hartford or in the Upper Valley, thinking about what is the cost benefit? This is a question that I have that I would love for you to sort of explore a little bit with me here, is how much of that do we put into Hartford and Wilder and our community through this versus how much do we say what you're doing? I mean, these are incredibly well thought documents and clearly you're putting a lot of energy and love and compassion into this. How much would it benefit the Upper Valley as well as the town of Hartford to have a second Haven location, a satellite, or a second committee that's a West Lebanon committee? And how much do we distribute those services, which might result in higher unit cost, greater inefficiency, but distribute the costs of that and distribute the services amongst it geographically to more areas? I think that's as delicately as I could put the concerns that I've heard specifically from the neighbors of Wilder with respect to Haven. I'm still on the fence. I mean, I don't really know because walking around there, I could completely see the need for them to expand services. I mean, they have pantries in their offices and a shared office. I mean, it's pretty like they're cramped. So I do totally understand where that need is. And at the same time, what are we asking the taxpayers of Hartford and the citizens of Hartford to carry? Because yes, to you, it is very close, and certainly you probably do live closer than some of the members here. But it not only is West Lab a different community, it's a different state. So they are playing by different rules and different taxpayers and so forth. So to some extent, when we take on different services and programs here at the expense of taxpayers, and I know that the committee itself would not cost the town anything, but some of the policy recommendations might, right? When we do that, then we are asking Hartford taxpayers to pursue or to at least consider and then potentially to carry the costs of these policies that might benefit other communities in the area, which is great, but without them also contributing. So I think that that's sort of, if you could address any of that would be great.
So I agree with you on, what you're saying. I think that probably the best thing that could be done is actually put into the charge something about having the committee look for partnerships with the other communities around here, because I don't think Hartford should bear the burden. It should be an Upper Valley wide solution to this. And I also, from this idea of duplication of services, the way I see it is that no community has solved this problem. And just throwing, quote unquote services at it is not going to solve it. I think thinking about it from a more creative standpoint, how can we build shelter? Actually, one of the things that's very interesting to me is somebody who's very close to me worked in Guinea, Africa for over a year. And she would say to me, in Guinea, Africa, they don't have homelessness. Like, it's not a thing there. They have poverty. They have terrible poverty. But if somebody doesn't have a shelter over their head, they just build it. But it's like, we can't do that here, apparently. And so I think it's a good idea to think about what solutions there could be. And I think if we don't have a committee thinking about it and have people focused on it and working on it, and we do take the let's ignore it and hope it goes away route, I think my opinion is you're going to see it grow more than if we continue to have pathways into finding shelter, finding homes, pathways into dealing with the mental health issues that the people have that are on the streets, dealing with the drug abuse issues, and whatever trauma that they've dealt with that's brought them to that place. So, I think that's the counter.
I take offense at you throwing the term around, ignore it, it'll go away, because we're not ignoring it. That we have plenty of social service agencies in the town of Hartford that taxpayers fund every year to help out with different problems that there are in the Upper Valley. We fund through our not through our tax bills, but
I think most of them,
we fund.
They're donors, right? So they
we
have to
fund. I have the floor. Okay. We fund the Listen Center. We fund a lot of other social service agencies that provide help for homeless. All right. We actually help to fund the Haven, I believe, as well. So when you say ignore it, we are not ignoring it. What I'm saying is we have facilities in the town that help look after the population that's in the area. We have the police to check on people. We have EMS to go out to if there's needed. Okay. We have the planning department. We have we have services that we using. So we are not ignoring the plight of the homeless in the Upper Valley. Just that I don't believe that we need to throw every single thing we can at the homeless community. And you say that if we don't, we're not going to solve it. Well, cities as large as Los Angeles have a homeless population, all right? And they haven't solved it. And we don't have the resources to, based on the amount of people that are homeless in Hartford, based on the number of people that pay taxes, it's, we have to fund where the largest bang for the buck is in the town of Hartford, without ignoring, and we're not ignoring the homeless in the community. We are funding resources to help them without having an additional committee. Thank you, sir.
If you're done, Lynn.
I just want to speak to the nonprofits that are in the appropriations list on the
Yes.
ballot. Individual voters can vote whether they want to approve that or not.
Yes.
And if it's ever, I mean,
But they have passed every year.
they pass every year, which is the will of the voters.
Yes.
So I just wanted to clarify that was separate from the.
So we do that, and it's all included in your tax bill.
Yeah, and then I have some thoughts, but Ellie, do you want to speak first?
I mean, I know I'm the liaison to this committee, so I was holding off because I know I've been very involved, but so go for it and I will chime in a bit.
Okay, unless you want to put on the line.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I was getting all relaxed there. Getting late. And so just generally speaking, I think we should feel obligated to have a committee on housing and homelessness.
So should or shouldn't?
Should.
Should.
I feel an obligation that in the current housing crisis that we're in, that, and I think for a couple of reasons. One of the things that I suggested or thought would be a good addition to charge for a standing committee was, I think, trying to maybe be captured in number 3, or maybe it was just not decided it was useful, but that I have done a lot of outreach, Ellie has as well, in terms with vital communities. What one of the many things that's lacking is just sort of an assessment of all the services, what is being done, what sort of a needs assessment. And I think a committee could serve that role to some extent, not to mention that it is also in the climate action plan that to create an affordable housing plan to identify current potential future need for affordable housing, including scenarios anticipating climate, immigration, and migration potentials in section CE 2.2 of the climate action plan. Like, this is another mandate that, like the strategic plan for equity and inclusion, we have to start implementing these things. And I think this is a potential for that as well. And I mean, recently also reached out to people haven't heard back from anyone in Hanover, but Lebanon and Norwich. And we've talked a bit about just looking at general concepts of how towns can work together on things, propose things back and forth. I think Ally also attended Lebanon does a thing called Housing First, which is an incredible, I mean, this is something that I don't think we have on this side of the river anywhere, at least in Windsor County, where they have a group that meets once a month and they have presenters, and the one that we attended had people from, one was from like the legal aid in New Hampshire talking about eviction protections, and there was another presenter, which I don't remember, there was an organization with a lot of titles, but they had all kinds of statistics, including how many unhoused, anyway, they basically kind of made presentations to this group. And I feel like this is something that we really do need in the town of Hartford, and part of that could incorporate more collaboration with the 4 core towns in the Upper Valley, in my opinion.
Yeah, and thanks for everybody's thoughts. And Lanny, I hear, that there are a lot of services here in Hartford working towards affordable housing and supporting unhoused folks, which I personally feel really proud of. And then at the same time, then there are still gaps in that, right? Like there are folks who are still falling through the cracks, and not just necessarily folks who are in encampments, but also, what this proposed charge seems to be speaking to is, again, just how how affordable housing, is related to actually, how that trickles down to folks being unsheltered. And I think, again, folks will maybe often think about when we say homeless, folks who might be camping or folks who don't have shelter, but also folks who might be, housing insecure. There are a lot of folks who are, to what Brian spoke to earlier, as we're seeing, inflation and rents increase and people still recovering from the ongoing pandemic and many other challenges, having to contribute. I think it's something like 52% of folks, of Vermonters contributing basically like too much of their income to be sustainable to housing, like over 30% of their income towards housing, which is not sustainable. So just want to like offer that, and basically all of that to say, with everything that we are doing, there are still gaps and are still ways in which we can be doing more to support folks. And so I remember when this came up, I think back maybe when this board was fully this board and we had our new folks elected in February, that when this conversation came up, I got a lot of emails from folks saying, I would be so excited to be on that committee if you did a standing committee, which was really encouraging, and have received a lot of encouraging feedback about folks who'd be ready, willing, and able. And something about, and there, as to Brian's point too, if there are pieces of this proposed charge that need to be modified around the Constitution and the membership, and making it Hartford specific, that's something, we have the authority to do and to work in, or other aspects of the charge, if there are pieces that feel redundant, what do we want to focus on if it doesn't feel represented in what's written? Something that I also just was excited about, and I think our Director of Planning and Development is continuing to work on, and I think maybe, and I don't know, Tracy, if you have any information on this, but the grant submitted, or the RFP that went out for work to update the housing chapter, which is really important in terms of understanding sort of where we are with zoning and regulations. That process has a steering committee kind of embedded in it, which involves members of the public in being involved in the update to the housing chapter. So I think that's also, and that's listed in this charge, but I think there are really important ways. I think about the ways, like for instance, HCORE, our Racial Equity Inclusion Committee, has been partnering and wanting to partner more with town staff to be able to support things that maybe there's not always the capacity to do. So I see that also as a really ripe opportunity with a committee like this too.
So, Rocket.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that I have a concern about with this charge, but I do feel like Ally, you just addressed some of it. I just wanted to put it into words here, is in the written charge, I feel an absence of putting mind to people who are housing insecure, so who are currently in homes, but for whatever reason risk homelessness. And Ally, I think you just spoke a lot to that, but I would like to see that in the charge, because it's obviously incredibly important. There are a lot of people in town who are struggling, especially with price increases and with housing costs rising, prices rising. That it seems to me that if we were to have anything like this, I mean, the affordable housing component, I mean, it makes sense that that should be number one or top three priority, at least to just at least the very least within the community of Hartford, ensuring that people who are housing insecure and right on that edge are getting all the support they possibly can. So finding solution towards that, I think, is pretty important to me to see on a charge like this.
Thanks, Rocket. I think that sort of the question for the select board now is that is there enough support on the select board that we continue looking into this, refining the charge, developing it more? Is this something that we have a majority of people here who would like us to keep doing? Because we're not voting on the exact wording of the charge tonight. So I think that's sort of the question. Do we want to continue forward?
What are we voting on then?
It's not really a vote. It's just a sense. Do we have like a majority to keep this coming up, developing the charge, doing that? Or does the majority of the board just not think a standing committee is worthwhile? I guess is sort of the question. Like, do we want to keep pursuing this avenue until we, till we ultimately maybe have a standing committee? Lanny?
You have extended the emergency shelter committee up
Till
to this
Thursday,
month.
yeah.
Right, so the
if we wanna
charge-
Continue this, we want to just continue that committee.
That committee's gonna just end on Thursday and they're not gonna
And that
go
charge.
after that. Sorry. That's right.
And that the emergency shelter charge, is very specific, is a slice of work as the charge was defined back in 2019 or 2020 when the committee was formed. And so just this would be a different committee that has a broader scope than what the emergency shelter committee is currently working on. But to Lanny's point, that's also something for the sake of the committee, understanding that its charge is up at the end of this month, and there's the RV policy work of the charge has not reached a conclusion. So I just want to put that out there as something I hope that we can offer that committee guidance on, since this would be the last time we're seeing them.
Does that not have its own feet to go through planning department?
When you say its own feet, what do you mean, Lenny?
I mean, what more is the need of the committee to advance that further through the planning department?
So you've been
I guess
raising your hand
I'm
for
lost
a
on
while.
that, so I don't understand that.
I mean, just, and please add to this, Ally, but just knowing the process, there's a very real possibility. It's already come before the planning commission previously, maybe zoning as well, I don't know, but could come before and they could say, okay, well, this is okay, but we need this, this, and this, and that could bounce it back to need more work to be done on it, to then come before them again. I mean, that happens a lot. So I would just say that would be one thing. I'm more personally in favor of getting a standing committee initiated and not extending the ad hoc committee. There could be, there could be a lapse in between there, but I think we should have the standing committee. I think, because it's 10 o'clock, I'm not sure I want to wordsmith this charge right now, but in theory, if, could we ask that maybe Ally as the liaison to the ad hoc committee that's going to expire on June 30th comes back with another draft very soon in the near future that we look at and make suggested edits before we meet together, so that when we all sit down together, we can say this, number 2, I think should say this, and then we decide and we actually get through it instead of kicking it down the road again. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the question. Are we interested in a standing committee where we come back and look at another draft of a charge and we go down that process, or do we just not want to pursue that at all? And it sounds like there's probably some folks here who would support it. Okay, if people go up to the microphone.
Scott Sablon from Wilder and a member of the ad hoc committee. I just wanted to point out something that I saw tonight. We had people collecting ideas on how this money can be spent that's coming to the town. I think it was called the ARPA money. I think the most common idea was related to housing. I think that the select board has limited time to create or work with ideas to on how to deal with housing. If there's money coming to this town that's not from the taxpayers, and this is a year that we can capitalize on that, what is wrong with having a standing committee to tackle that and maybe spend it more wisely than we might otherwise?
Thank you. Heidi, and then.
Heidi Duto, White River Junction, Vermont. I'm going to keep this as brief as possible, but I personally do not feel as if a standing committee in Hartford would be the best choice. This is an Upper Valley problem, not only the homeless or unhoused population, but affordable housing. I feel as if we should do a 4-town committee or group, not just Hartford. So my personal opinion is no Hartford committee. We should do a group committee of towns. This is my turn.
Okay.
Sorry. In my public record request, I believe that Google Documents were not supposed to be used anymore. And at the last meeting, thank you, Ally, for pointing out that Google Docs were not supposed to be used, but they were used. Open meeting laws have been violated many times. I know that this committee is coming to an end on the 30th of this month, but they just do what they want. They do everything they want. And if this does go through, which I hope that members of this board feel as if it has been free to do everything it wants in this town and is going to continue to do whatever it wants in this town, that you take and make clear and concise rules and regulations moving forth, that you make clear and concise committee members, you ask for people to fill out forms of wanting to join. You are very clear in every single piece of documentation. Going through every single meeting minute from the time that this committee is formed, I found some interesting information. Some of this information shows that our homeless count actually has dropped in our town. The people in our encampments have gone down. We have more options for housing them. The VERAP funds will last until the year 2025. They have two different ways of housing them. They can either go into the new way of housing them in hotels, or they can fall under the old way of housing them. So it's not as important as rushing. Did I say something wrong, Ally?
Oh, no, I'm listening and just trying to understand.
I went through them and it says that they can go under the general assistant program, runs alongside the new program. If they do not fit this mold, they can go back to the old program under GA rules.
General assistance?
Yes. I took notes. I don't want to offend anybody. And they can be housed up to 18 months at a time. That's great. I don't want anybody out in the cold. I don't want anybody out in the elements. And just this past Friday, lo and behold, I called HPD to do a wellness check. There was an individual, God bless his heart and soul. I was scared for him. Never knew he existed in our town. Just like Brian said, they don't want to be seen. Never seen this man before. Saw him multiple times that day walking around town. So yes, there are people in our town that I've never seen before. So yes, there are people out here, but we also need to focus on, does a committee have the needs or the rights to be looking into this? We do have services and we have professionals that handle this. We don't need committees. Committees can't handle the needs of the people. We have professionals that have the training, not people, not general people. And I mean, yes, they're people, Kim. Don't laugh. It's not funny. It's late. But we have professionals trained to handle the needs of the people with needs. I mean, God forbid I was here when that lady came in on Friday. Bless her heart and soul. She needs help. There's a lot of them in town I realize that need help. Sherry told me. I wasn't aware of it. Let's let the professionals deal with that, not a committee. That's all I'm asking of you. Let's let the professionals do it. That way the town's not liable, the board's not liable, the residents are not liable. Let the professionals do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Jerry?
Jerry Williams, White River Junction. I'm very proud of the town of Hartford for many reasons, and I'm probably the only person in the room that was actually here when the Haven was formed. And I was part of, it was a part of the work of my church and several other churches in the area that were aware of and took some action, which was very bold back then, to provide for people in vulnerable situations. And the first Haven was a little house up behind our church. And it was served by a retired pastor and his wife. And he knew everybody and they knew him. And it was very much of a Christian mission. And it was very much a loving, kind environment for folks who live there. And I've been here since the Haven has expanded, and I've watched that building grow. And I've seen the good that we've done. And I've been part of and have sat right here in this room advocating for people who were homeless. And I was very active in my church with inviting people who there were no services on Sunday mornings. People were out in the cold at 7 o'clock in the morning from the Haven and had no place to go. And our church opened its doors and we provided best breakfast. We served hot breakfast and we served snacks that they could take with them for lunch. And we sat down and we talked to people. And that was very hard. Some of the folks in our church had difficulty with that. They didn't know what to say. I said, this is what I said. My name is Jerry. What's yours? It's easy as that. But there were people that were very awkward, that felt awkward with those who were different. And we had to have, when I pointed that out to my pastor and said, this is what I observed, all the coffee people are around the coffee table and all the rest of the folks are over here. We had a little sermon about that. And things changed. And one of our former town managers was actually a member of our church. And a lady one day, I introduced her and had this conversation. And she was living up behind the VFW in a tent. She came from Maine. She did not want to be housed. And she did not want to have to live the rules that people were giving her. And she had a tent and the police checked on her and she felt safe. And she had this conversation and I said, and that was our town manager. She said, I talked to the town manager. Yes. And you talk to him again and you tell him what you think. So I've long been an advocate for anyone in need. And I've seen some things happen in the past 2 or 3 years that that haven't been right. I've seen the project in my church that started out as an idea that's become very political. I've left my church after 40 years because I feel like people are not being heard. So we're an advocate for the people who are coming to us from other towns and we're taking care of, but we're not advocates for the people who live in our town now. We have 160 residents, 160 single family homes from the top of the hill to Knight's Funeral Home. Those people are impacted by decisions that our town is making. And they're not being listened to and they're not being heard. And it's not right. They bring into this town almost $2 million a year in taxes. Their voices deserve to be heard. And I don't care what their opinion is, it doesn't matter. But they should have the right to be heard. And so I was here when we had the original committee that was made up of people from all over the Upper Valley and who came up with these ideas for, and many of them have been put in place, but many of them have not. And one of them was that we look at the possibilities of having haven services, like haven services, they might be called something else, in Lebanon. There's no services for folks across the valley. And so why I think of, okay, we live in the Upper Valley, think of it. We have the hospital with physicians, with experts, with mental health people, with resources. We have all of these incredible resources around our region. We have WISE, we have HACDES, we have, all of these services around the Upper Valley. Why do we not bring the experts together from around the valley and form a committee or a standing committee or what you want from the Upper Valley, from Hanover, Norwich, Lebanon, and we can solve this problem, get the best minds. We have all of these incredible minds. Why are we not expanding the use of the resources that we have in the Upper Valley? Why aren't we thinking outside of the box? And so that was the original group. We had a group already that was from the Upper Valley. Let our job in Hartford can be the impetus for saying, we need this group again, and here's what we want it to look like. And once again, we're leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I feel like at this point, there's probably enough support on the board to hear more about this in the future with a redrafted charge, unless 4 people tell me no. And then we can move on from this, and we would look at this at a future date with a new drafted charge.
Mr. Chair, I have a question, which is that with the redrafted charge, I mean, what is there opposition, or what is the thinking of for or against creating a regional committee that say we as the town, we could hope you.
Well, we can create one part of the regional committee.
Right.
And the other thing is people don't want us appointing people who don't live in Hartford.
Right.
So how do we get the regional people in at that point?
Well, I think if it were to be a regional committee, then I assume that each town would send their reps. If it was a Hartford committee that we just limited to citizens.
Okay. Then we can choose something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess like this question, because like what Jerry said about the residents of Wilder not being heard. I mean, I'm pretty new to this community, but that is consistent with a lot of the conversations I've had where people are really frustrated and not feeling heard. So I do feel, and to be honest, Brian, you seem incredibly thoughtful and very everything. I mean, it seems great, but I do wonder why you as a resident of West Lebanon are pushing that here in our community versus in West Lebanon. That is on my mind, right? And to say, well, if your energy is here and you're close, then is it better for us to be doing something that is strictly standing committee here in Hartford, in which case I would be 100% an advocate of just Hartford citizens, or to do something broader where Brian or other individuals like Brian through the region can be involved, but then we are directly inviting other towns to coordinate efforts, because that does make sense to me.
I mean, some of what Jerry was describing about the, Dartmouth Hitchcock and the Haven and listen, that there are, those people are talking, and they are talking about housing, particularly about workforce housing, and Vital Communities just hosted a housing breakfast a couple weeks ago that I couldn't attend. But so there are conversations going on around there. Ellie and I talking to a couple elected officials in Norwich and Lebanon is an informal way to say, hey, do we want to start a 4 town housing coalition? It's not formal. I mean, this would be the kind of thing that like, we're just talking about, is this something? And then could we come back to our prospective boards, like we haven't even gotten Hanover at the table yet, but we could go back to our prospective boards and say, what do you think about this as a little mini coalition specifically for these things that we talk to each other about? What is your town doing and how can our town help your town do what you're doing, vice versa? If Norwich wants to hook into our wastewater system in Wilder, will they commit to building, 100 units of mixed use on Route 5 in Norwich? Those kind of things. Like, I think this is a possibility and it's happening. It doesn't mean that, like, if we have a standing committee, there's plenty to work on. There's so much to work on. And again, part of that can be just collating or aggregating the existing work that is being done and where the gaps are. So I'm just saying, I think a lot of this is.
The coalition sounds great. I guess
Yes,
I'm just a little, now I'm confused because if the coalition sounds exactly what I think.
It's a seed of an idea. It's not formal yet. We've had a couple conversations with elected officials in Norwich and Lebanon.
But if that's being done informally, I mean, is that something that we as a select board can consider more formally instead of this standing committee?
No.
Or we would consider these duplicate efforts? Why would one be unofficial and off, not sanctioned through the Hartford Selectboard, and the other one be? I'm just confused, as it seems like seems like a lot of duplication, I guess.
I disagree, because I think a town standing committee can get a lot more basic work done than a coalition is sharing ideas, but we're not drafting, ideas or policies or, we're talking about, it's communication, I think, is that it's like potentially, and again, this is a concept.
Mhm.
It is not real. It's not anything that has been actually presented as something official. It's an idea.
But would it be, is that sort of the trajectory?
I don't think that kind of group is going to be doing the groundwork or legwork or whatever that term is, that a committee might be able to.
So the committee would be more research-based and the coalition would be more dialogue-based? Is that sort of the way?
Yeah, committee would work on stuff in their charge. And the coalition could potentially communicate back and forth about those things that the committee is working on, among other things.
Really? Yeah, I like Rocket. I really like the idea you're proposing of a four-core town aspect on this, and I can definitely see us having people that we advocate to be on this four-core town. And I think that would be ideal in that some of the regulatory hurdles that have to be overcome in one town may not be present in another town. And that is the key, I think, of having that four-town coalition to speak. But I still am opposed to all this work going into just one town, the town of Hartford, and us, because it seems like if we have a committee, it's I'm sorry, you're going to bring up the old adage of build it and they will come. And I do not want to see Hartford be the center of the magnet for people to come here just because we have this committee on homelessness. And that to me is, because it is, I still come back to the same point that this, and everybody agrees, it's not a Hartford problem. So why are you making it a Hartford solution? That's what bothers me about everyone says it's not a Hartford problem, but everyone I hear in support of this say we have to have a Hartford solution, and it's not just a Hartford solution. And I have a big problem when you all agree that it's not a Hartford problem, just a Hartford problem.
But
I'm sorry, I'll leave it.
all right, I think we have enough here to realize there's some ideas that are intriguing us. There are ones that we're not quite sure about, and we need more information. We need another charge, and we'll take it up at another meeting. And we're going to move on because it's 10:30.
Just say one thing very quickly.
Yep.
I don't think the Hartford Select Board can enact a Upper Valley wide committee. However, they can enact a Hartford committee charged with figuring out how to get the other towns to bring more skin in the game. I think that's the reason.
I think that's right. Brian, Ally, last comment?
Yeah, I know it's late, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's important that we at least also have an understanding of how to direct. I mean, now that this ad hoc committee on emergency shelter charge is up at the end of this month in a couple days, the RV policy work, which when the committee has presented it to the board thus far, seemed like there was support to keep moving that forward. And basically the next step in that process, which got delayed because the planning commission has had a lot of applications on their plate, was to have another working session, another open session and working session with more feedback from their last round of questions about the proposed changes to the RV policy. And so I guess just my question is, does that work just have to stop because the committee's charge is up? Or, you know, I guess I feel a responsibility to let the committee know how to proceed with that work. And it does feel a little bit odd and maybe unsupportive when we've said so far, you know, in all of the years that this committee has been working on this, great, go ahead, see the process through. And I just be worried that now we're kind of in this ambiguous zone where we don't know where that work stands and how to let committee members, soon to not be committee members, know how to proceed with that work. So,
well, they can still proceed with it, right? Just not.
I mean, that's a question. Can they?
I think they can still, I mean, it's just the planning commission, right, getting on the schedule at this point and doing that. I think the members of the committee or individual members can certainly attend those meetings and answer any questions about it.
Or you as a select board member, I think could work collaboratively with citizens to develop that. Bring it forward, right?
I mean, I that sounds okay to me. I just wanted to, because I know that there's been questions around how the committee has operated in the past. So I just want to be really clear that that is okay and acceptable. That's my sense as well, just because, you know, we have groups that are getting on the planning commission who are not, you know, committee members of the town all the time. But just this is kind of a, you know, in between area of folks who would have used to have been on a committee and now are just sort of, you know, maybe private citizens or whatever word you want to use, and that we're comfortable just with it proceeding that way. That's just what I wanted to make sure was open.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that.
I think the only difference would be, if I didn't mean to interrupt you, the only difference would be the committee would not be speaking on behalf of anyone or any representation of the towns. The committee members would just be speaking on behalf of themselves as individuals. And that would be my interpretation.
Yeah.
Like when, you know, the 4-hour planning commission meetings, when individuals are being heard and if even if they don't feel like they're being heard, there's a lot of voices being spoken. It would just be in that similar context.
The problem that I have here is that if you continue on without a charge, that does not fall, you no longer fall under Vermont open meeting laws. So there is a distinct lack of transparency if you decide to meet as a group.
Well, if the charge is over, individual private citizens are just meeting as a group or aren't part of a committee, they're just meeting as a group.
Yeah.
And
They're not subject to the meeting.
And just to offer some context, like the RV policy work thus far has really kind of been moved with a particular working group that was established, which a working group of not a quorum of folks, of a couple of people on the committee. And so if there's an issue, concern around, you know, quorum or what would be quorum with folks who used to be members, that wouldn't be the case, because it would just be a couple of people who have been consistently in those meetings with the planning commission and relevant staff.
I'd be comfortable with that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we good? Go ahead, Ian.
So, a different subject. Looking at the time, it's 10:30. We've been here for 4.5 hours and we're at least an hour and a half behind our schedule. I wonder about our bandwidth of being able to focus and come up with good things in executive session. Wondering if there might be, if people would be willing to postpone that to our next meeting.
I think we can get through that rather quickly.
Well, we need 4 votes to go into executive session. If there aren't 4 votes, we're not going into executive
Why don't we finish this vote and then get to that vote?
There's no vote.
We're just moving on. Oh, okay, great. I feel energized and wonderful.
I think Lana asked also, or Tracy, that we move the executive session to the last item after the consent agenda, so that they can
Also, Lana,
move on with their
sorry.
days.
I'm so thank you.
Procedurally, though, can we not change the order of agenda at this point?
Yeah, I mean, if someone
Sorry
makes
to
a
be
mo-
that.
that's fine. If someone makes a motion to go into executive session, it'll need 4 votes for us to go. If it doesn't, it'll fail, and then we'll move on to commission reports and consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Lenny,
make a motion that in accordance with Vermont's open meeting law requirements, I move that the select board enter an executive session to discuss the employment, appointment, or evaluation of public officer under the provision of Title I, Section 313(1)(3) of the Vermont statutes.
I'll second that. And
second.
for discussion, I do have some things that I would like to discuss with the board that I would prefer to discuss sooner than later. So if we have 2-week break, then that will be difficult. I can of course send emails, but
Is what you have to discuss in executive session relate directly to this particular statute?
I believe so.
Because we can't go off topic.
My understanding is it is rather than not, I guess.
So that means it won't be as quick as anything. That's
Well,
gonna impact my
no,
vote.
I can keep it pretty short, like pretty, yeah.
We're an hour and a half behind. Can any of us be short?
Keep it
Sorry.
short-ish. Yeah.
All right, let's do if everyone's ready, let's roll call this one. Motion whether to go into executive session. Lanny,
Aye.
Aye.
Rocket,
Aye.
Ally,
Aye.
Mary,
No.
Dan,
No.
Kim.
You're not.
God,
This is just like solar vote, you guys.
That's what we sign up for, you know,
Whatever.
we're to sign up to be here on the board.
Made a commitment to the board, so.
You're not the deciding vote anyway.
Yes, I would be.
Well, Mike
you
hasn't
said no.
voted yet.
I doesn't vote. Be Mike. Essentially.
Okay, by the time you choose, we could have.
I know.
already
I am
been
gonna say
done.
no. Because we could change the order.
I'm gonna say no. So we'll move to commission reports. Start with Kim, move our way down.
Planning Commission has met almost every Monday in June. There were 3 meetings, also primarily relating to the Twin Pines St. Paul's project. They've just started to get into the Haven initial applications. That also has been continued. And last night they were finally able to get to a few other applications that were not related to that particular project, which related to a bunch of boundary line movements around up near Jasmine Avenue, Jasmine Lane.
Thank you, Kim. Dan?
Nothing on the tree board, and I want to just share publicly, I don't usually share anything about the Energy Commission because we have the sustainability coordinator that does a report that's in here each week. So I don't want to duplicate that. So I'm just sharing with people. That's why I don't share it, because we get the report right from the expert. So that's all.
Mary,
Nothing to report.
Ally,
Resilient Hartford is continuing to work on ways to support the climate action plan. And they had a work outing earlier this month to do further work on the Clifford Park Food Forest and are thinking about ways that they can fundraise for that effort. Awesome work from that committee. And then Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion, again, a huge shout out to the committee for organizing Juneteenth. And they're also continuing to work on ways to support the climate action plan, particularly with health and safety and the climate economy. And the community public safety review that the board has discussed in past meetings, and that idea actually dovetails really well with the climate action plan. So excited to hear what the committee reports back there. And then they're also moving forward just to do more sort of initial info gathering around potentially working with the Tuck School of Business to support kind of a scoping of what a public information officer position would look like in the supporting of the hiring, which is something that's in the strategic plan.
Ally, Rocket, anything?
Sister City is reviewing a logo that was drafted by a Hartford High student, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
Hartford Historic Preservation Committee saw sort of renewed plans for the craft studies building renovation. And Matt Osborne is going to do an inventory of the historic signs around town, which should be cool. And the last great piece of news is former select board member Janice Brown is potentially interested in joining that commission. So that's
great.
Conversation, something came up.
Okay, thank you. Lanny, do you have anything?
Zoning board met and had an application approval for setback waiver for Harry Gibbs Street. And then they had a conditional use approval for Harrison Avenue the floodplain, and then they did approve the application by Jasmine's for their zoning regulation addition to accessory structure and changes. So that's all I have to report. Charter committee meets tomorrow, not tomorrow, but Thursday. So it's our next meeting.
Great.
That's it. Oh, and sorry, yeah,
Thursday.
the HCC, Hartford Community Coalition Party, Block Party, but that's, everyone knows about that, so.
Yeah, thank you, Lanny. My main thing is the Climate Action Committee, which we'll be thinking about, I think, in upcoming meetings, because it's basically met its charge. And the question is, where does it go next? It doesn't really have anything to do with it. There's only one member on it at this point anyhow. So we got to figure out at some point what's going to happen with that. But that's that. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Dan.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make,
Let me just say that it also relating to commission reports and the consent agenda, with all the items that are in there, the Hartford Revolving Loan Fund, their program, there's a brochure in their documents where basically they've got funding to loan to Hartford businesses and for renovations, for expansion, for anything. And they want to promote that they have funds available to loan at really good interest rates. So there's a flyer in there if anyone wants to share it with anyone they know that might need funding.
Great, thanks, Kim.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve payroll ending ending payroll ending 6/25/22, meeting minutes of 6/14/2022, AP manifest of 6/24 and 6/28/2022, select board special meeting of 7/5/2022.
7/6, please.
7/6, thank you. 7/6/2022. Yeah. Contract for sludge hauling and grease removal, contract for wastewater line cleaning and inspection, contract for ambulance, contract for Green Mountain Economic Development Corporation for HBRLF/VCDP RLF program. Select board meeting minutes already approved from 7/12 and 7/26/22.
Just off, I would second, but I just wanted to point out that I noticed that teeny tiny thing, the wastewater clean line inspection amount that's actually in the motion is written as like $39.72 versus $39,720. So I just wanted to be on record and say that if we were to approve that, we'd want to do that amount and not $39.72.
All right.
Friendly amendment accepted.
And we have a second from Ally. So all those in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion.
I did have a question from Tracy about one of the items on the AP manifest, and I wanted to publicly thank you for getting back to me so quickly about that. I appreciate that. Just a misunderstanding in terms of the way it was worded. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lanny. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I'll take a.
I have point of order, just point of clarification regarding the executive session we passed before we close out. What is, if there are issues to discuss about this that I would hope to discuss with members of the select board, is there a way to do that without waiting 2 weeks?
No.
Well, we have a meeting on July 6th.
We do have a meeting
do an
July
executive
6th,
session on
if we
that
could
day?
do that. Because the meeting itself is what, like 20 minutes, right?
The meeting itself is the special tax rate meeting. It should take 5 to 10 minutes to get through that. And then you have this really kind of a very special payment manifest for just tax purposes that has to come through on that night, and you approve that. We typically are done in about 15 minutes. If that's something you all wanted to add to the agenda, I just need to know by Thursday. So
Okay.
if you
Yeah,
might-
I'd
if
like
you
to
wanna-
add that to the agenda. I'm sorry for.
That would be
It's
great.
getting late, so if we could do it
No, I
that day,
understand
we'll
that.
have
That would be
plenty of time. So I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All those. I was asking for a second.
Non-debatable.
I'll second.
Kim and Dan, Kim and Dan, Kim and Dan.
All right.